Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Mayor and Council of Princeton, New Jersey. It is January 11th, 2022, and we were going to start our meeting. Could we have the meeting statement first, please?
Sure. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act and state regulations governing remote public meetings, including the time, date, and location of the meeting, and clear and concise instructions to the public for accessing the meeting and making comments. In addition, the agenda and all related materials were posted electronically and made available to the public on Princeton's meeting portal in advance of the meeting.
Thank you. Could we have the roll call, please?
Ms. Perrone-Lambros.
Here.
Ms. Niedergang.
Here.
Mr. Cohen.
Here.
Ms. Fraga.
Here.
Ms. Sachs.
Here.
Mr. Newland.
Here.
Mayor Frida.
Here. Thank you. Okay, so the first order of business in the meeting is for public comments for items not on the agenda. So this is where the public gets to talk about anything that's not on the agenda. If you have a comment about something on the agenda, this isn't the time. So again, there's a 3-minute limit. When we recognize you, please say your name and your address. So let's see if we have any hands up for items not on the agenda. Adam, I think we have at least one hand up if we could bring that person in.
Okay, bringing over Marco.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council people, for recognizing me to speak. So what I wanted to talk about today was...
Marco, could you just, for the record, state your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Marco Guitardis, Harris Road. So what I wanted to talk about just briefly is, with all that has been going on with task forces in general, and this has, it's not specifically for the parking task force, but it's in general. I'm thinking that maybe we should think about how we do task forces in the future, because I don't think enough opinions come through in task forces the way that they're designed. And I think they should be more open to the public. I think this would avoid a lot of the problems that we're having today in terms of communication and other things. And I think it's the way of having a more transparent government. That's my comment. My other comment is there is a closed council meeting this week. Can somebody tell me what the agenda to that council meeting is and why is it closed? And with the Sunshine Act, with the Sunshine Act laws, is there a rationale on why it can be closed and not open to the public?
Yeah, there's a number of reasons why the council can have closed session meetings. They would be items such as negotiations, legal matters, personnel matters. So items that fall into those categories would be handled in a closed session and not an open public session meeting.
But without revealing what they are, what is it for this closed council meeting? Does it have to do with personnel?
Marco, it's a legal matter.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that has comments for items not on the agenda?
Seeing no hands, Mayor.
Okay, good. So I have one email that was sent in. We have a number of emails that were sent in. The majority of them are public comments for items that are on the agenda or for the item that is on the agenda. I only have one that was specifically stated to be read under this section of the meeting. So I'm going to read it and then we'll get on with the meeting. So under public comment for items not on the agenda, Naomi Rosenblum wrote, I'm writing to voice my support for bike lanes to be included in the Hamilton-Wiggins corridor as an integral element of safety, inclusion, and healthy living in our town. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on from we'll close the public comment for items not on the agenda, and we'll go into the work session. So there's a lot of people, quite a lot of people here, and the intent of the meeting is to get through the presentations and is to get to the questions and comments Okay, is to get to the questions and comments and let everybody get a chance to speak. So I'm really going to ask everybody up front, whether you're doing a presentation, whether you're asking a question, sharing a thought, let's all try to be succinct and to the point. And as the night wears on, let's all stay cheerful and respectful to each other and not let the weariness drag us into a spot we don't want to go to as far as how we treat each other. Having said all that, I'm sorry, I was just handed one more email that had come in for public comments for items not on the agenda. Amanda Arshan wrote, please do not forget the need for bike lanes on Hamilton, Wiggins, Carter. Princeton needs these bike lanes to allow for safe travel by bike. This corridor connects many of the great neighborhoods of Princeton to the central business district, middle schools and high schools, as well as the Princeton Shopping Center. I ask that you continue to work towards the Hamilton Wiggins corridor bike lanes, an important item on the town council agenda. Thank you. Okay. Now we'll move on, and the permit parking task force has I'm sorry, Eve.
A little slow in the uptake tonight. Mayor, one of the emails you asked me to read is also about bike lanes. Should I read that at this point?
So there was
whatever you think best, but it's
Yeah.
very similar to the two you just read. So just
Yeah.
wanted to know.
I think we just do it with the regular public comment, because there was an email blast to people related to the pedestrian and bike advisory committee, suggesting that people make public comment and bring the bike lane into their public comment tonight. So I think most of that was aimed at the regular public comment and not for items not on the agenda. All right, so now let's go to the permit parking task force and I'm sorry, David.
I just was letting you know that I'm going to do a little introduction for the permit parking task force.
Okay, why don't you take us there and we'll start and get through this.
You bet. So I want to thank everyone for turning out tonight for this important meeting to listen and to share your thoughts. Why are we here tonight? 5 years ago, Princeton hired Nelson Nygaard, the preeminent parking consultant in the US, to study Princeton's parking system and make recommendations for improvements. They suggested a series of changes to our metered parking system, which were implemented in 2018. I would remind council that at the time, there was virtually no public support for the changes and vociferous opposition. But council went ahead and made the changes anyway, which significantly improved the parking situation in the affected parts of town and positively impacted the municipality's finances. Nelson Nygaard also suggested improvements to our permit parking system, and Mayor Lempert convened the PPTF, the Permit Parking Task Force, in 2019 to find a way to follow through on these recommendations. What were they? The Nelson Nygaard report strongly favored regularizing the complicated and unequal rules for permit parking throughout Princeton in neighborhoods where this type of control is needed. They advocated for both daytime and overnight parking to be permitted, consistent fees to be charged for permits, and enforcement using license plate recognition technology. They recommended employee permits as an optional feature in residential neighborhoods as a way of combating meter feeding and also alleviating unregulated spillover. The PPTF has been guided by these recommendations in all of our deliberations. While the recommendations you will hear tonight are not entirely consistent with all of them, based on compromises in response to opposition in the community, council should be cognizant of the expert recommendations in their entirety. A little about the history of parking regulation in Princeton. While we have a patchwork of different regulations in different parts of town, upon careful reading of our existing ordinances, a clear pattern emerges. Where parking demand is highest, we have instituted paid metered parking to manage that demand, to ensure turnover, to share the parking among all users, and to generate revenue. Where demand is moderate, we have instituted time limits, only for times when the demand exists, again, to ensure turnover, to share the parking among all users. And we have issued residential permits to some or all residents from the time limits on their own streets. Where demand is low, parking has been freely available to all users at all times, except overnight. We have never, anywhere in town, restricted availability of parking based on the identity of the person using our public on-street parking. I'd also like to share some of the theoretical underpinnings of the proposal you're about to hear. The fundamental postulate underlying all the recommendations is that our public rights-of-way are a communal asset which must be managed for the benefit of all members of the public, not a select few. Residents who live close to the center of town and those who live further out, visitors who come to see the town, to spend time with friends who live in town, or to patronize local businesses, contractors who serve our residents, and yes, employees of local businesses. All are valued members of our community and contribute to our economic health and the vibrancy of life here, and all should have access to park here. A second important consideration underlying the task force recommendations is that given the unavoidable negative impacts of cars on our built environment, we do need a place to put them. And on-street parking is by far the most advantageous form of parking. The amount of pavement required per car is less than half that required in an off-street surface lot. On-street parking has a well-documented traffic calming effect and makes our streets safer for all roadway users. On-street parking is by far the most cost-effective alternative, a tiny fraction of the cost per space compared to structured parking. And on-street parking is the most effective way to share parking between different roadway users, thereby resulting in fewer total parking spaces needed. A third important guiding principle is that parking resources should be effectively managed. Residents should have first dibs on parking on their street. But is there good cause to leave 70, 80% of parking spaces unused on certain streets? Why wouldn't leaving 20 to 30% of parking spaces open achieve the goal of protecting the residents' legitimate parking needs while more effectively using this valuable resource? Parking pressure is a burden that comes with being a desirable destination. Right now, 2 of our neighborhoods bear the brunt of that burden. It's like they are carrying a 40-pound backpack on behalf of the entire community. We all benefit from and enjoy the myriad opportunities for dining, shopping, and other activities that create the burden. Tonight's discussion is about lightening that burden. I would like to think we can come together as a community, caring for all members of the community, and find a way to lighten the burden by all taking a little piece of it on ourselves. Asking employees to walk a little further to park, asking employers to pay for parking that has previously been free, and asking nearby residents to allow a few more cars to park on their half-empty streets. I look forward to the discussion. And I'd like to now introduce our first Citizen Task Force member, who will present the outline of the proposal. Peter Epstein is a native of Princeton and a current resident of the high school neighborhood with a background as a professional planner. Peter.
Good evening, everyone. Council members can find all the graphics that will be used in my presentation and in those to follow in their handout package, and the public will be able to view the same materials on the municipal website. When the mayor and council first convened the task force, its primary goal was to ensure adequate on-street parking in 2 neighborhoods, Witherspoon Jackson and the Tree Streets, most impacted by competing pressures for curbside space. On the one hand, from homes without any adequate off-street parking.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, should I stop the share?
Stop that, David. Yeah, please. Or just a second. I have my own speaking points here. That's all right. Okay, go ahead. So to assure adequate on-street parking in the 2 neighborhoods, Witherspoon Jackson and Tree Street, most impacted by the competing pressures for curbside space. On the one hand, from homes without any adequate off-street parking, and on the other, from the reasonable needs of our local businesses for customer and employee parking. Secondarily, we had as a goal to harmonize the inconsistent and in some instances, inequitable mishmash of parking regulation among neighborhoods, a residue from the consolidation of borough and township. As a tertiary goal, we aim to better manage parking throughout these neighborhoods, particularly in the tree streets where it has been something of an unregulated free-for-all. And now, David, you can share the screen with the chart.
Yeah.
As David mentioned, for the most part, our initial recommendations to the council today center on the Tree Street and Washington, Witherspoon Jackson neighborhoods. This chart lays out in detail what is being proposed. Later in our presentation, representatives from those two neighborhoods will share in map form precisely which forms of parking will be permitted on a street-by-street basis. Meanwhile, let me recap some of the highlights from the chart. First of all, in these two neighborhoods, residential permits will allow for parking 24 hours per day, 7 days a week. Any resident with no driveway or with a limited driveway will receive one free permit. The same resident may purchase a second permit for $240 per year. Moreover, any other resident with a normal driveway could also obtain a permit for the same $240 fee. Secondly, townwide, for all residents subject to the current ban on overnight parking, not just these two neighborhoods, will be able to purchase an overnight parking permit for $5 for a 24-hour period, limited to no more than 30 days in any given calendar year. This will eliminate the present need for resident hosts to call the police department after 7 p.m. every time they have to arrange for a guest to park overnight. This procedure has proved a burden to both police and residents alike. I can personally attest to this as someone who has accrued a handful of tickets over the years. Typically, when my visiting kids and I have gone downtown to wine and dine in the evening, and I'm returning home later at night, most happily sated, have forgotten to telephone in for the overnight permission. Generally, 2-hour parking throughout most neighborhoods will be changed to 3-hour parking in order to allow more time for business patrons to eat and shop in town and for residents, guests to visit. However, if some neighborhoods prefer to keep a 2-hour time limit, this can remain an option. In respect to employee parking, the plan would make a limited number of on-street permits available subject to 3 conditions. First, for use only during normal business hours. Second, only on streets that are remote enough from commercial uses so as not to experience customer parking demand for the 3-hour spaces. And third, on any given block, limited to no more than 50% of the available spaces after, let me repeat, after netting out the permits first granted to residents. These employee permits would be made available to business owners at a cost of $30 per month or $360 annually. The council should also take note that the majority of employee permit parking will actually be provided off-street through shared lot agreements, such as the recently contracted arrangement with Ryder for parking on the Westminster campus, and also by giving employees access to underutilized metered parking spaces. A total of 240 spaces are now available between the McLean Municipal Lot and the Westminster property, and an additional 177 underutilized metered spaces have been identified and would be made available for employee permits in the future. As other opportunities may be found, additional shared lot agreements will be added. Moving on down the chart, for families with in-home employees such as daycare help, home health aides, in addition to the free 3-hour parking, daytime parking, 24-hour permits will be available on all streets for $30 per month. In respect to commercial service and construction vehicles, they will remain free to park without permits in front of the homes of their residential clients without the risk of their being ticketed. One final note about license plate recognition technology, or LPR for short, which has occasioned strong pushback from some residents, primarily those with heightened privacy concerns. For present purposes, our recommendations do not, let me emphasize that, do not require the purchase of this technology. Temporary guest overnight and employee permits will be handled through online or in-person purchases. That said, we remain quite open to public input on this question, given the clear benefits of LPR in respect to its budget impact, reliability, ease of enforcement, as well as the preference of the municipal staff for this technology. Moreover, we are not aware of any privacy violations from the use of this technology in other communities over the many years that it has been in everyday use throughout the country. In sum, we on the task force feel these recommendations achieve an appropriate balance for these two neighborhoods between the interests of all taxpayers, residents and businesses alike, in the use of this important public resource, the curbside space. And that they represent a major first step forward towards a more comprehensive long-term solution of the parking needs for the entire community, including the core CBD. And with that, David, I'll turn the Zoom podium back over to you.
Thanks. And Peter, I just want to make one minor correction. I think that you said that even residents with unrestricted driveways would be allowed to purchase the permit for the 24-hour permits. And I don't believe that that's what the task force had agreed to. I think that's just for residents with no driveway or with a constrained driveway, but everything else.
Okay, I may have misread our summary recommendations, but I stand corrected.
Thanks. So the next presenter is going to be Stephen Griffiths, who's a resident of Maple Ave, and he's going to talk about the Tree Street area and the specific proposal for that neighborhood.
All right, thank you. And thank you. This is the biggest audience I've spoken to in quite a while, so I apologize for being a bit nervous. I'm going to speak from the Tree Street perspective. I live on Maple Street. I've been here 22 years, no driveway, one car, very familiar with the parking issues in this part of town, and have been asking for council to address these issues for many years, and so pleased to be invited to be on the task force. Some of the concerns that, well, so let's start with the map. That is what we're looking at right now. Inside the red dashed box, this very gerrymandered looking figure is what we're talking about for the quote tree streets, some of which include the traditional tree streets, some of which include the other side of Nassau, and some of which include all the way up toward Westminster College. You have a number outside of a parentheses, which is a rough count of the number of on-street parking spots for that street. And inside the parentheses is 50% when you subtract from the unparenthesed number, the number of resident without driveways that we estimate will wish to have a spot. So for example, on Maple, which is where there's a 30 and a 12, so roughly 6 houses have no driveway, or 6 people, 6 residents with no driveway. So that brings the 30 down to 22. Half of that is 12. I wish to emphasize that this 50% number is something that is still part of discussions. Peter mentioned that, and it's something that would be wonderful to hear from residents to see if they think that 30, 40% is better. I know that some residents think that 0% is better, and I'm sure we'll hear from them as well. I'd like to also note that there's a few streets where there's no employee parking that is requested. Those include Chestnut, Moran, and Pine Street. Those are for reasons related to, I think, for example, Pine Street is already allocated for lots of customer parking. Moran Street has many houses that have no driveway and has traditionally had a real difficult time parking on that street. Chestnut, for similar reasons, it's also a through flow, and it's a rather narrow street. So for those residents on those streets, you can sort of, if the proposal goes forward, you can rest assured that there will be no employees parking on your street. So I'd like for you to just keep looking at this and bringing up questions as you see it. And I'd like to mention a few concerns and questions that have really motivated me to be on this task force. In particular, most of the tree streets have unregulated 20-hour free parking currently, with 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. the only time that you're not allowed to park unless you have a permit, which residents such as myself have been able to purchase for the last few decades. The other issue that has really raised its head in the last 10 years is Princeton University staff and students parking in these neighborhoods. And it's largely because Princeton University is reorganizing their parking needs and in many ways pushing a lot of their employees to not park on campus. And so with the number of the tree streets being free and open, they've made use of it. And we've talked to the Princeton University and they've tried to get their employees to stay on campus, but of course, without regulations, there's no teeth to those wishes. The other was mentioned that visitors coming in and visiting, it's very difficult to always anticipate when your visitors are going to come. And if you're on a weekend and you're stuck without the ability to get a police person to respond, then you can't do it. And it's something that also should be known for a lot of residents that are used to having visitors. The ordinance currently is that you cannot have visitors on the streets. You have to have them in municipal lots. So when we go post-pandemic, presumably we'll start enforcing that again. So we need to address that. So the aims for the task force work that we're doing is what Peter said and what David said, to ease the parking bottlenecks for residents, visitors, employees, and customers, to support social justice, environmental sustainability, and neighborhood livability by allocating on-street parking for residents, employees, and customers. The tree streets benefit from being adjacent to a healthy merchant community. I love to walk to the local merchants, and all the way from Holler Center into the CBD. It allows us to live here without a car or with just one car, and to have the businesses thriving is a benefit to our livability. I would recommend comment that this perspective is in contrast to those that recommend no employee parking in the neighborhood. And I just find that to be difficult to understand. A terse summary, we're moving to the 24/7 resident permits, switch to from 20-hour unpermitted to 2 or 3, initiate the online guest visitors, and those were all mentioned. And I'd like to just close with a few questions that would be nice to hear from some of the local residents and non-local residents to ask. What percentage of any street should be allocated for permits for employees, if any? Is 3 hours versus 2-hour free parking a possible problem for our neighborhood? It was mentioned with the Murray-Aiken neighborhood that could be a problem with the university students trying to squeeze in, a 3-hour to become a 5-hour if they don't get enforced enough. And that then could flood the streets keep the streets flooded with universities students versus a 2-hour limit. If there is to be no employees in our neighborhood, where are they to go? Do we have viable alternatives? We've thought a lot about that question, and just to think, and we've reached out to a number of places and have not found any magic bullet. And if employees and customers are to park off-site, then should they be shuttled in? Are we looking for buses? Are we looking for new surface lots? Are we looking for new concrete high-rises, both of which are not very environmentally friendly? So in closing, I'd like to comment that the present proposal that you're seeing is not a complete proposal in my mind, and a number of the task force's mind. This is a beginning of what we hope will be a townwide discussion and a townwide implementation of parking with different negotiations and different discussions neighborhood by neighborhood. So I don't believe that the tree streets and the Jackson Witherspoon should continue to bear the brunt of all of the parking needs for the employees in town. I think it should be a shared process. To start the regulation in these neighborhoods does make some sense, but it is not complete. All of the research that we have done in this task force indicate that we need to consider the town as a whole. So I've gone over my 5 minutes. I'd like to move it on to the next speaker, or any questions if need be. Thank you very much.
Okay. Our next speaker is Bland Whitley. He's a resident of the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood.
Thanks, David. Hi, my name is Bland Whitley, and I live on Lee Avenue. And There are a few defining characteristics of the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. Like the Tree Streets area, they're narrow streets, fairly densely packed with houses on small lots, many of which lack off-street parking. So residents have often depended on being able to park on the street for various uses. Neighborhood, which you can see outlined in the red dashes on the map. Neighborhood also has 4 churches that lack off-street parking. And so the parishioners need to be able to park on the streets. And as well as that, Lee Avenue has 2 restaurants, a bodega, and also the Princeton Nursery School, which bring in a lot of visiting parkers. The proximity of the neighborhood to the CBD means that there's a lot of spillover parking, particularly on the south end. You can see Quarry Street marked on the map, and the street below that is Green, and in the middle there, bisecting the neighborhood, is John Street. Those streets get a lot of spillover parking from downtown. And all of this is to say that the neighborhood gets a variety of parking, and nothing about in this, and that can be burdensome for a lot of the residents, but nobody is calling for an end to that varied use. We just like to manage it better, and so that residents have a little bit better access to their streets. The other defining characteristic is that the neighborhood is split between areas of the former township and borough, which has left it with a real patchwork of regulations and has created some inequities in how different residents of the neighborhood have had access to parking on the street. In the township, which has the highest concentration of houses that lack off-street parking, residents have historically had access to either 1 or 2 24-hour permits that gave them access to the street. That area is basically Birch and Lee Avenues and Race Street. In the former borough, on the other hand, parking restrictions have been a little bit more onerous for residents. In many cases, they have not had access to overnight parking. On several of the streets, 2-hour daytime parking limits have been applied to residents as well as visitors, so that residents really have not had access to their streets, particularly if they lack off-street options. So really the first mission of the task force was to address that inequity and create a more equal system between the residents of the former township and borough. We've heard from many citizens in the borough who have really had a hard time, particularly with the overnight regulations, but also just not having, particularly on Quarry and Green, where customers tend to park, never having real access to their own street. For those with out off-street parking, the plan will guarantee them some 24-hour access to their street, so they will no longer really face that problem. Now, none of this means that a spot is always guaranteed. Those of us who rely on the streets, sometimes you're not going to have a spot. And none of this is intended to guarantee a spot every time you come down your street, but just that it doesn't become a typical experience to not be able to park there. I'd also like to point out that there has been some overnight parking for residents allowed in the McLean lot at a price of $25 a month, but the space was limited. And for those with without off-street parking who are gaining access to a 24-hour pass, their use of the McLean lot should not be necessary anymore, and that'll open up some of those spots for employee permits. As far as the employee permits, I do need to back up one. So for most of the streets have 2-hour limits. There are some exceptions. On Lytle Street, which is in the middle, below where Clay Street is marked, and this applies to Clay Street as well. Similar to the policy in the tree streets, it's been kind of a free-for-all during the day. That is unrestricted all-day parking, and those streets tend to get parked up. So under this plan, those streets would become 3-hour daytime parking, except for those residents with 24-hour permits. Because Lytle Street has historically been parked up, we felt that was a good place to continue to allow employees to park on a less extensive basis. As you can see on the map, there are about 18 spots on that street, and about 7 of those will be allocated for employees under that plan, depending on the percentages that are finalized. In as much as I agree with Stephen that we don't like the idea of this plan only applying to our neighborhoods, I think the employee permits that are being suggested for our neighborhood are fair based on the historical uses of the streets, and with the assurance that parking elsewhere will remain much as it is now, with a variety of uses, just a little bit greater access for residents. And I'm happy to field any questions about those specifics, but
We're gonna hold on
anybody
questions.
needs to hear any more about the regulations themselves.
We're just gonna,
Yield my time.
we should stop asking for questions because we're not gonna take questions in the middle of the presentations. Let's get through the entire presentation.
Okay.
There's a number of presentations we have to get through. Sorry.
Great. So the next presenter is from the task force is Joanne Ferrugia. She is a resident of the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, but also a business owner in the Central Business District. And I know she's going to talk some about merchant concerns, but she's also going to give us a brief look at the maps for the Central Business District parking, which has not been shown on the two that you've seen so far. Joanne?
Sorry, I needed to unmute. So yeah, so I'm Joanne Ferrugia, and I have worn not one, but 2 hats on this task force. I co-own a business in town and live in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, as David said. I was asked by former Mayor Liz Lempert to serve on the task force due to my early involvement with both Nelson Nygaard, the town's hired parking consultants. I went to 2 stakeholder discussions, one as a neighbor and one as an employer on 2 different days. And then soon after, in the summer of 2018, I attended a meeting with the consultants Dixon Resources Unlimited, who were tasked with making recommendations based on the Nelson Nygaard report. It was suggested way back during all those meetings that we have a holistic townwide approach to parking for all constituents. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Doing a Zoom call seems scarier to me than in person. It's so weird. So anyway, so fast forward and here I am. We as a family have just 1 car. We love walking into town and biking. However, as a business owner, I recognize what it takes to have a vibrant downtown. We need more than just the population of Princeton to patronize our shops. We could not pay the rent, and especially the property taxes, which we also pay, of our retail businesses with a population of roughly 30,000 people. So people are driving into Princeton to shop and dine here. They need to park their cars. At the same time, we also need to park the cars of the employees who serve these customers and serve some of you should you shop or dine in town. Hopefully you are. As a resident, I recognize part of my property value is due to the fact that I live in a vibrant, walkable town. Just as Stephen said, we have a movie theater, the best coffee shop, an amazing bookstore, a grocery store, restaurants, and on and on. So customers need to drive to the downtown. They need to be able to park in the central business district or the CBD. And in order for this to happen, and in light of parking spaces being taken away all over town, so we have new bike lanes coming, as you heard the letters. We have a new one-way Witherspoon Street about to happen. And the Griggs surface lot across from the library and next to Mistral and Hilo Pub is going to be redeveloped. So these are just some of the customer parking that we're losing. So that brings us to why we are moving the employees out of the CBD and into the neighboring streets. Sorry. Most employees who work in Princeton cannot afford to live in Princeton. They need to drive. Employees already park all over town. We are just making it more equitable over time throughout all the neighborhoods, so residents, employees, and customers can all coexist. The proposal is to move the employees out no more than a half a mile from their place of work. I know there are some folks who might argue employees can and should walk up to 2 miles each way. And I would argue we want a plan that is sustainable and that works for all. It is unrealistic to expect either an aging employee who is standing for 8 hours to have to walk a great distance to and from work, or a single parent who needs to get a child to school in the morning and then rush home to get them from aftercare without adding an unrealistic walking commute on top of a driving commute. Retail and restaurant work is hard work. For those of you who have never done it, it's long and it's hard and it's laborious. So the plan is we would not be parking these employees' cars on the streets that are not overburdened. We would not be parking these employees' cars on the streets that are not overburdened with residents' cars. Residents who have a true need, no driveway or limited driveway access will get first priority. And on those identified streets, we will park some employees, not every employee. This employee parking space will be paid for, no free ride. And as a business owner, I can safely say it is hard to find and then retain employees. And we are competing with the online giant. And you know who that is. And if you have not noticed a struggling downtown that we're also working with. So each small thing that might make this easier for a business owner and worker is a win-win. We are truly all in this together, the residents, the municipality, and the merchants. In many other places, the business community is often considered the backbone of a community. Your property values go down if your CBD is shuttered. The more neighborhoods that can recognize that asphalt is a shared, already paved, and to quote environmentalists, the greenest building is the one that is already built. So the greenest parking spots would be the pavement that has already been poured. So this paved surface is an asset of the entire town. And hopefully more folks will come out willing to share a space that nobody personally owns, but exists for all to use. Being a children's bookseller, I am reminded daily through the titles of books we sell that sharing and kindness make us all better people. And I am hoping through a clear communication and understanding of what is actually being proposed, we can come up with a workable solution to an inconvenience that we have all experienced. With that said, I'm going to talk about the map. So the map is basically what we're basically saying, as you heard from Stephen and Bland, is that the CBD, I can't see the bottom of the map on my screen. Can you see it? Can everybody else see the bottom of the map, like where the numbers are?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so for some reason I can't, but anyway, so what we're basically saying is in the CBD East employee parking, so the like section, as you can see in this map, like down kind of in the high school neighborhood, mostly where we would be parking employees would be at Westminster, where we have 100 and some odd spaces, but I can't read it because I can't see the bottom. And then a few streets that you can see in red. So that's kind of where we're expecting to park employees. So we will get some employee parking out of the out of the high school section. And then the western section, is that on? I don't know why I'm not seeing that. Oh, there. Okay. And so David's sharing. Okay,
Yeah.
so there we go. So that is kind of in the Western and the Witherspoon Jackson, as you can kind of see. And in the Witherspoon Jackson is the 42 spaces on Quarry, which will not all be employee, but some of that will be employee, as Glenn said, because some will be moving out some of the 24-hour passes for residents so that they can actually park closer to their streets where they live, and they don't have to park at McLean. And then McLean will be mostly employees. And then also there are some streets down, you can see in the red, there are some streets down kind of by McCarter in that area that will also be available to us. So we will be trying to move some of the employees out into these two other neighborhoods, as well as the Witherspoon, the McLean lots in the Witherspoon Jackson, but also the McCarter area, and then in the high school area as well. So I'm not taking questions, but that is my piece.
Thank you.
Okay.
David, who's next?
Well, so we distributed a few other documents with the agenda packet, but we were not planning to present them. They're pretty involved. I hope that council members had a chance to look at them, and also members of the public. And we're happy to answer questions about the presentations you've heard or those other documents. But that really concludes the presentation from the task force.
Okay, I think what's going to, and I know not everybody's going to agree with this, but I think the best thing to do is get through all the presentations. Because if we stop to do questions presentation by presentation, I am afraid we'll never get to the next presentation. So I'm urging everyone, any questions you have in your mind now, jot them down, do something so you don't forget them. But we're going to get through all the presentations because I want to make sure that we get as many members of the public. We have 180 people on this meeting so far, besides us panelists. That's in addition to all of us on the screen. So I want to make sure that we get to as many people as possible tonight. So David, your part is done. The presentation from the task force is done, and I can move to the next group.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, Phyllis, I think you are up next.
I am Phyllis Teitelbaum. I live in the high school neighborhood, but I care about all of the residential neighborhoods in Princeton. I've been deeply involved in parking issues in Princeton for at least 20 years. In 2002, Susan Jeffries and I solved an extremely serious problem, a parking problem in the high school neighborhood, with a win-win solution. And our solution was so good that the governing bodies voted unanimously to put it into effect, and it's worked very well. In 2019, Susan and I both applied to serve on the permit parking task force that was being set up. Neither of us was appointed. Even though I hadn't been appointed, I attended the task force's meetings, and I certainly experienced the difficulties that the task force had to work with, and they were big challenges for the task force. So I sympathize with the task force. I sympathize you for the work that you've put in, the time you've put in, the difficulties you've had to overcome. And it must be extremely disappointing to find that this plan that you've worked so hard on is meeting so much opposition. But you need to listen to the opposition. Princeton residents do not want employees to have permits to park on residential streets. There are two petitions out there that many hundreds of people have signed, the Sensible Streets petition and the High School Neighborhood petition. There are letters to the editor. I'm sure you've read those. They're all against, except for one or two, usually members of the task force, which support the plan. All the others oppose the plan. The reaction of neighborhoods that you add to your plans is very telling. The minute you add a neighborhood to your plan, you get strong opposition. The high school neighborhood, the western section, and more recently, the Murray Place, Princeton Avenue neighborhood have all strongly objected. The only neighborhoods where people like your plan, some people, are the two that have the biggest problems. They are so fed up with their chaotic and difficult parking that they think, well, maybe this plan will help us. But there are also people in those two neighborhoods, Witherspoon Jackson and the Tree Streets, who don't like your plan, who oppose it, because they realize that it will not fully solve their parking problem and that it really is not a good plan for them. What is wrong with the task force's plan? The basic problem, the major flaw, is that the task force's plan, this complicated, elaborate plan that we've only seen a small part of today, is based on a false assumption. It's based on the false assumption that the town is responsible for providing parking for the town's businesses. This is simply not true. I worked for Educational Testing Service for many years. ETS built and maintained large parking lots so that all its employees who had to commute by car would have a place to park. It didn't even think of asking the municipality to subsidize or provide parking for its employees. Princeton University provides parking for its staff. It doesn't ask the town to provide parking for them. Other responsible employers in Princeton do the same. They provide parking for their employees. They pay for it, or they subsidize it, or they pay their employees enough so that the employees can afford to pay for it. Employee parking is like any other business cost. It's a cost of doing business. Some Princeton employers do not take responsibility for their employees' parking. And some of those employees then search the streets for spaces, and some of them have caused the problems in the Witherspoon Jackson and the Tree Streets neighborhoods. I think that it's appropriate to make a small exception to this policy that the town is not responsible for the parking of business employees. In order to solve the serious problems in the two neighborhoods, Witherspoon Jackson and Tree Streets, and I think it's a high priority to solve their problems, I think it's appropriate for the town to assist the employees who are currently parking there to find other places to park. But I don't think, and many people agree with me, that I think it is not the responsibility of the town to provide parking for businesses' employees. What would a good plan look like? Since I don't like your plan, what plan would I recommend? A good plan would identify the cause of the Tree Streets and Witherspoon Jackson's problems and then eliminate that cause. Well, you yourselves have said the cause is spillover parking, but your plan does not eliminate spillover parking. A good plan would eliminate spillover parking by making those two neighborhoods resident permit parking only. A good plan wouldn't charge residents for their parking permits. The parking permits would be free and would not need to be renewed every year. A good plan would find other places for the non-resident spillover parkers to park, and the town has started to do that. The rental of spaces at Westminster Choir College, the underutilized meters that have already been mentioned, the idea of the McLean lot being used. I counted up, that's over 400 spaces. That would more than take care of all of the employees who are currently parking in Witherspoon Jackson and Tree Streets. There are actually some other places that are offered. The Unitarian Church has offered 90 spaces on weekdays. And the Princeton University might let us use a university lot that after 5 p.m. that is close to the Tree Street. So the town can continue to find places for employees to park. A good plan would make parking available for customers and for shoppers, for people, restaurant goers. This needs to be worked out, but that can be worked out to make sure that there's sufficient space for those. A good plan would expect Princeton University to park its staff and graduate students and expect them to use the shuttle bus system, a really fine Tiger transit system that Princeton has. As for overnight parking, a good plan would provide overnight parking permits for all of the people who have no driveways. I think that's a given. And they would be free and they would not have to be renewed. A good plan would preserve the convenient and informal and hometown system we have of calling up the police when we're going to have an overnight visitor. Simple, straightforward. The police only get 11 calls like that on average a day. That's very little. And there's no bureaucracy. It's not monetized. It's not limited. We should preserve that, as this is a type of system that Princeton should have and does have, and that the task force wants to take away. As for enforcement, in the high school neighborhood, we do have resident permit parking only. And it's easy to enforce because the neighbors notice cars that don't have permits and call the police, and the police come and ticket them, and they stop parking there. You don't need a RoboCop. All you need is aware neighbors. So that's the good plan. There are many versions of it. Unfortunately, the task force can't come up with that kind of plan because the task force has an ideology. Its ideology is that all business employees must be provided parking on residential streets by the town. But actually, it's not a problem that the task force can't come up with a good plan because the task force's work is over. The task force has completed its work. It's presenting its recommendations to council tonight, and council should receive its recommendations and thank the task force warmly for all the hard work that its members have put in, and tell them that their role is now over. Now it's up to council and the people of Princeton to decide what to do about these parking problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. And thank you for being succinct and to the point. That's a great model. Okay, and I hope presentations and when we get to the public, everybody keeps that model. Sensible Streets is up next. Who's going to start there? Oh, Jonathan?
I will start. I'm going to share my screen here, if that's okay.
Yep.
Just a minute.
Okay, one second here. Okay, thank you, everybody. My name is Jonathan Hopkins. I wanted to thank the mayor, the town council. Welcome, Mr. Newland, to the council. I am a father, a Princeton resident, a small business owner, a former restaurant employee, and a volunteer with Sensible Streets. Tonight, speaking with me is Kate Owen. Kate is a Princeton resident and a working mom, and Susan Jeffries is also in attendance. Our presentation is called Better Process, Better Alternatives because we believe that the process itself predetermined the outcome here, and that the compromise that's being presented amongst various interests is actually a compromise amongst the interests of the task force itself. We also want to talk about our opposition to the promotion of spillover parking as a policy. So, what is spillover parking? There's a great definition from Boston. Vehicles parked where they're not wanted. When there's a shortage of parking available in one area for a particular use, drivers end up parking where they're not wanted somewhere else, like in residential neighborhoods. Wrigley Field in Chicago. Stadiums are a great example. Increased development and density with insufficient parking. That creates spillover parking into residential neighborhoods, as do commuters. It's really interesting that the task force was describing a situation with Witherspoon Jackson, saying that Witherspoon Jackson had density without off-street parking as the cause of spillover parking. So we feel this already. It's well understood, and 2 neighborhoods are suffering from this already. There are costs to spillover parking. The task force has pretty much ignored those costs in residential neighborhoods. Other town councils, including thousands of town councils around the country, give name to the costs and the quality of life impacts. The left-hand box here is taken from the town of Pasadena, California. The costs include accident risk, costs to residents, more congestion, environmental degradation. The right-hand box is taken from Bellevue, Washington. Spillover parking on residential streets creates noise and safety issues. I think that we've been presented by David Cohen and the task force with a false choice when we're told that that cars parked on our streets are going to protect our children and calm our traffic. Well, that's true, and I appreciate, and the data shows that. But actually, there are other things that are more conducive to residential neighborhoods that calm traffic. Flower boxes, trees, speed bumps, chicanes. None of them create the safety concerns that we have for our children in residential neighborhoods. Studies have consistently shown that curb parking results in significant hazards. 72 to 77% of neighborhood accidents are caused by curb parking. 71% of mid-block accidents are directly or indirectly related to curb parking. Imagine children stepping out from behind 2 parked cars. And the Federal Highway Administration has studied this and says that installation of parking prohibitions can reduce mid-block accident rates by anywhere from 19 to 75%. What's being proposed is to actually create more parking and more parking demand, whereas councils around the country are taking a very different approach. What does incentivizing parking do? Well, it incentivizes people to drive. If you create an incentive to park and an incentive to drive, you will create congestion and traffic. There was a study done by 2 Virginia Tech scholars in the DC area. And I want to focus on this chart for a second. And if you look at the chart, it shows the number of people who drive alone, take public transportation, walk, and cycle if there are no commuter benefit packages offered. 75% of people drive alone. 22% take public transportation to work. If you offer a free car parking benefit, the number of people taking public transportation drops from 22% to 2.8%. You actually are pulling people off of low emission transit alternatives and into their cars. And I don't think that that's something we want to do because we have a climate action plan. We have to contribute to reduced emissions as part of our obligations in New Jersey and part of our own climate action plan. And I don't understand why we would set policies that actually increase emissions and increase congestion. So there is a narrative being spun that we are helping out minimum wage and low wage earners. That is not true. If you attended the Princeton Merchants Association fall panel on real estate, as I did, you would have been astounded at just how well Princeton's developers and landlords are doing. Vacancy rates were 17% pre-pandemic. They're 17% now. In all markets, rents have not decreased over the pandemic. Very few landlords took a hit. So landlords are doing great. We heard how difficult it was to pay rent, but now we're expected to subsidize business and employees so that landlords can keep their rents high. I'm not sure that's a trade residents want. We've heard from 3 presenters tonight that this is phase one or the beginning of a policy, a precedent, if you will, to exploit residential neighborhoods, two residential neighborhoods, as a pilot and as a phase one. Well, what happens? Businesses see the subsidy, they take advantage of it, they empty their the employees that they're paying market price for their parking, and they move them into the residential neighborhoods. Demand and congestion increases because people move off of transit into their cars. There's more demand for parking spots, and we end up with spillover. It's called spillover for a reason, because it bleeds from one neighborhood to the next until all of our residential neighborhoods are commercial parking lots. What could prevent that? Well, a goal of the task force that said to protect residential neighborhoods could protect that. And it was a goal of the task force in 2017. But somehow that guiding principle was removed from the proposal and the guiding principles of this task force. And I would say that protecting residential neighborhoods near downtown from detrimental parking effects, it should be a litmus test for any policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that it? Is Kate
It's
speaking?
It's now me, so
Okay.
if you don't mind. So while we move forward, I thought it would be appropriate just to give you an introduction to Sensible Streets. And really we coalesced around the fact that the 2021 principles avoided or removed that residential protection. And we coalesced around a simple premise: protect residential streets for residential uses. It has been touted a little bit that we represent one area of our community, but we don't. We actually represent over 50 streets and hundreds of petitioners. We are their voice this evening, and I hope that we do them justice in this presentation. It's always good to hear from people, and so I'm incredibly encouraged that the council has taken this forward. It's certainly an emotive and a passionate topic. And while Jonathan and I will do our best, we can't really cover hundreds of people. So as part of this presentation, we'd like you to hear directly from a few of them who can't be with us today. Jonathan?
My name is Teresa Huang. I live in Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. I signed the Sensible Street petition and opposite the current proposal because municipal voters should not be subsidizing business expense. My name is Teresa Huang. I live in Witherspoon Jackson.
Murray Place, Princeton Avenue neighborhood.
So I think you can hear the passion from Teresa. It's not just passion that comes from within Sensible Streets. We've all talked about and listened to how that passion ripples into public arenas. If you just look back over town topics in 2021, there were approximately 240 letters to the editors. Approximately 10% of those were on this very topic. I am sure that in 2022, there will be other as emotive topics that come forward, and probably parking will be dethroned from the #1 position, and it's likely to fall to cannabis. If we move on to the next slide. Most about us is very, very true. We understand we represent very, very unique and distinctive neighborhoods, but we have a common value, and that is to ensure that the quality of life, irrespective of where you chose to live, is maintained to build our community. We do not want to be at odds with the businesses that create the essence of downtown Princeton. And unfortunately, part of this proposal has put the residents and the commercial section at odds, and that is not our intent. If we move on to the next slide, please, Jonathan. The most questions we get are around the process. How was the task force communed? What business principles do they operate to? What happened to the data, and where's the data that make the rationale for these recommendations? All of those were asked often. But one thing that we believe is missing is the fact that there isn't an impact analysis that's been done based on these recommendations. Is there truly decreased safety, as external data would have us believe, worsening congestion and an environmental impact? All of these things are building a community where there's a loss of trust in the process. So again, I'd like you to listen to a neighbour who actually raises this very point.
I'm Catherine Peters, and I live on Princeton Avenue. I signed the Sensible Streets petition. I'm concerned because the task force's process was not transparent, responsive, nor representative. According to task force documents, the current proposal is to put employee parking, and I quote, to streets where the residents have not objected, end of quote. Well, our streets were deceptively miscategorized, and this prevented us from being aware of what was being proposed and from providing input.
Let's move away from what we're talking about in terms of the negativity and think what it could be for the future. We know that the boards, committees, and commissions have ethical standards. One of the proposals is, can we do better, the minimum standard? Can we be the best that is available? And maybe we should look to how we propose, constitute, and manage task forces as well. This dovetails to a comment made in the open session before we started. Just something for the task force to consider. As we move forward, if we go to the next slide, one of the questions we got was about data. The data of the independent parking assessment doesn't really support the recommendations. And as we think of when we go forward, let's think about how we use and gather external data, how it's validated, how robust is it, that we then have and build greater trust from the community, whether commercial or residential, in the recommendations that are put forward on a variety of tasks. If we move forward, the next two slides really touch on alternatives. As many have spoken, many towns are dealing and grappling with the problem of parking. They've come up with the various tactics that support their town. There is very, very limited towns that push spillover parking into residential neighbourhoods. They think about elimination of benefits, building commuter transit incentives. If you move to the next slide, not using a Robocop technology, but instead leveraging apps and platforms that enable transport management, helping people who are coming to our town or work in our town or live in our town to find available spaces. More importantly, they are successful in finding that harmony between commercial and residential because they have very strict and deep policies associated with development that take into account very rigid looks at parking and other impacts of development. There are many, many examples of this, and I'm sure that anyone reading the literature will find even more. So if we move to the last slide, what I hope you understand is the residents do have strong and unified opposition. They absolutely recognise that the task force has dedicated immense amount of time and grappled with a very, very difficult problem. However, we believe that there are alternatives that bring that harmony that Princeton can benefit from.
My name is Jane Fuller. I live in
the harmony between commercial and residential use. We do believe that this needs to be embedded in a long-term plan, which is adjacent to the climate plan for the community. We really believe that that is the best way forward, however, are acutely aware of the issues presented with Witherspoon, Jackson and Tree Streets, and encourage the council to take forward the recommendations that alleviate their situation today. We've used slides to try and shape the conversation this evening. Slides are pictures. Pictures are said to provide passion and paint 1,000 words. But sometimes listening to the spoken word is the most important thing So for our last, and as we turn to close out our presentation, please take one final moment to listen to somebody who was unable to be here this evening. I would like to thank the council for their time and their open-mindedness to have us present this evening. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jonathan.
My name is Jane Fuller. I live in the high school neighborhood. I signed the Sensible Streets petition and opposed the current proposal for many reasons, most fundamentally because the original goals from 2017 have been surreptitiously altered from protecting residential neighborhoods from detrimental parking spillover to residents share parking in residential neighborhoods with businesses and employees. This key pivot, along with other below-the-radar and self-serving actions by the Parking Task Force, has irreversibly discredited this committee's intentions and its ability to find equitable and honest parking solutions.
Okay, thank you. Tree Street South is up next. Marty, are you there?
Hello there, how are you?
Good.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for inviting me. You say Tree Street South, but actually I am from, as we saw on the map earlier, the south side of Nassau Street, an area that's called Jugtown. It's not the Tree Streets at all. And we know that it's termed that way, but it's an important point. So I am a resident on Murray Place. I've lived and worked here in town since 1971, and I've had the pleasure of getting to know my neighbors and the issues regarding parking in many different ways over the years. On the 30th of December of last year, just a couple of weeks ago, our neighborhood requested of the task force that we could get together, and we wanted to learn more about what was happening, and we wanted to give our points of view, and that was very well received. We received from from the task force ahead of time, 6 documents that we specifically requested that gave a lot of background in terms of what's going on here. And our goal was to be able to understand the issues and to share with the task force and council our point of view so that you can all make a well-informed decision about what's going to happen. So unlike some of the other people we had that have petitions and so on and so forth, our group only got together for 2 hours on that particular evening. Everybody who was at that meeting, 22 people, had an opportunity to express their point of view, which was great. And we had a lot of very stimulating discussion. So what I've done is I've made notes of what were the key points that people made that are to be considered. And a number of them you've talked about, but I'll touch on them just briefly and maybe talk a little bit more about others, and be happy to answer any questions if that would be useful for you. But first of all, I'll summarize it by saying that of all the 22 people that were there on this side of Nassau Street who attended that meeting, reportedly there was unanimous opposition to any new regulations to implement employee parking on their neighborhood streets. They presented many good and practical reasons for their positions, and many of them are the points you've heard previously. There was also a particular curiosity and concern about how come the recommendations really apply mostly to the Tree Streets and our area. We'll call it the Jugtown portion of town. That's historically what this region is called, and doesn't apply to the high school and West End neighborhoods the way they had been in an initial submission of this plan and so on and so forth. And this was seen by the neighbors as a real spoiler for the currently proposed parking plan. And there was belief that any revision to parking rules in town must apply equally to either all or no neighborhoods. But I want to come back to the point that they were saying basically that they didn't really want to see residential streets being used for commercial parking as described. They were very pleased with a couple of things that were there, though. The concept that the council and task force have worked with Rider College and gotten access to that Westminster lot to be used for this purpose made very good sense. And they felt that this made good sense to do and wanted to encourage more of that. We'll get back to that in a little bit. Okay. They felt unanimously in terms of everything that's there. And I want to just say the 2-hour discussion, along with all of the notes that people put in, on Zoom, that you can put comments as you go. I've read those as well, and these are some of the comments that came from here as well. There was unanimous agreement that there should be residents that have no available parking on their property should not be charged the $240 annually as they are now for full-time parking, except snow days, of course, and that it would be fair and sensible to change this immediately, not to charge them. And independent of what will happen with this bigger question of parking all around, we believe that's a separate area that you may well want to consider acting on at this particular point. There was another interesting part of the discussion having to do with parking and parking lots. And the point made that anybody who would be parking and going over to the Westminster lot might find that was too far to walk to make that happen. We had a number of people in our neighborhood that made the point very accurately and on target, saying, I have children, and when they were in elementary, junior high, and high school, because they lived with less than 2 miles from the school, my kids needed to walk to school all throughout the school year, okay? And if my children can do that, why can't adults do that also to make that happen? So I think that there was not a lot of sympathy in the neighborhood about that concept. And they wanted this to be something that would be viewed in a different way that way. Another area that came up just briefly in the meeting, which I've been looking into separately, has been this. We know that Princeton University has a major project underway with the big parking garage that's down on Faculty Road in Fitz-Randolph. That's a parking garage that when it opens in third quarter of this year will house 1,560 parking spaces there. We also know that in this neighborhood, which is different from the others in town, many of the parking lots, the on-street parking lots in the Equad and all along Western Way and over by Ivy Lane are gone. And these cars are going to be going down to this big parking lot that's down at the end of our street. There's a lot of concern about that. And a couple of things came to mind about that. Number one was, would it be possible, particularly given what we've seen happen with COVID and changing plans at the university and more remote access, remote teaching going on, will that parking lot be used fully as the university had planned? In discussions, we learned, interestingly, that the council had contacted and spoke with the university this past fall to explore this as a possibility, possibly to be something on the order of the way the rental arrangement is with the Ryder Westminster lot. Understandably, the university's position is we don't really know yet. This is too early for us to tell, but it's something that we believe is worthy of further exploration. Because as I mentioned earlier, the community members, rather than residential parking, felt that finding existing locations made more sense. Another key point with this with the universities, if it's a possibility at all, is that the university provides a free bus system, which would be going on regular locations throughout town, okay, that people could get to and from their place of work to that particular garage. That's not the case that we see at the Westminster lot the same way. There's the freebie, but the frequency of coming is very much shorter and not as practical in that respect. So we would greatly appreciate and look forward to the task force, or rather, I guess, going forward, Princeton Council following up with the university to explore this and others as well in that particular respect. Next point I want to make is this, and it came up here this evening, and I thank you very much for pointing out some revisions that we believe were partially the result of listening to our neighborhood and listening to what people had to say. The question of 2 or 3 hour parking on our streets. When I moved here in Murray Place back in 1983, there was wide open area here. There were no signs about 2 or 3 hour parking at all. And we had a big problem. And the big problem was that many of the people at the university chose to park on our streets versus parking in their assigned lots. We heard Steve Griffiths talk about this was an issue that existed over on the Tree Street side of town right now. And we understand it completely. When we did that, we went to the university, we talked with them about that. They were very cooperative. They put signs on all the cars that were on our streets and that were university cars and said, you really need to park in the lots. It didn't work. What did work was when we went to council at the time, Borough Council, and we said, we want our streets to have 2 hour parking requirements, and we want you to enforce that. And as a result of that, council voted unanimously to do that, and that's been in place for a very long time. It works well. We believe that with the new parking garage that's going to be down the street from us, And all the cars are going to be going there and not to any of the other parking lots that used to be in the E-Quad behind where we are right now, and not on Western Way and not on Ivy Lane anymore. The frequency of cars and people wanting to park in our neighborhood and fill up our streets that way instead of using their assigned parking spots is going to be a problem. So we are delighted to hear that the task force is recommending that this certainly could be the case, that it could be 2 hours here. And I think it's something that you need to consider and carefully for the other neighborhoods in town as well. Another point that was made was a very interesting one, and that was the concept of, if there was the approval at some point in the future of parking on streets, what would be an appropriate rate to charge on a monthly basis? The current plan talks about $1 a day, $30 a month to park on residential streets. And in our meeting that we had, there was a great deal of consensus that this was a rate that was much too low. Daily parking in West Windsor Plainsboro parking lot over by the junction, right, is $6 a day. Chambers Street, $25 a day. Palmer Square, 26 or something like that. This is a very, very low rate, and we felt was not a sensible rate given the purpose, if this was ever to be done, to try to offset the overhead costs of establishing this. Okay. Another point that was very interesting this week that I learned was this. In talking with some of the retail employees here in town, I said, where do you park? And where do you live? And they said, oh, I don't live here in town. I park in parking lots. I said, where? And they said, oh, well, we park in one of the parking lots because they give a 50% discount to us on their parking rate. It's not $24 a day. It's only $12 a day for us. And I said, really? I said, is this something that your employer has done for you? And the answer was no, not at all. We've done this ourselves. And I inquired, and I'm not sure if the task force was aware of this. I didn't see anywhere in the report. And I wondered nowadays if in the other parking lots in town, if some other kind of arrangements might be made that would make sense to consider as well to deal with this. Okay. Steve Griffey's posed another question about what would be a reasonable percentage of streets that should be covered if there was this plan at all. And there was a lot of belief in terms of what people had to say, that they thought maybe this 50% occupancy should be reduced lower. And we didn't get into any more detail about that. But Steve, that's about as much as we know about that in that area. And the last couple of points are the following. On our streets, a real concern that we have has to do with safety. There is the belief and recommendation in the task force report that more cars on the street will mean that it'll be a safer street in terms of where their people are. We believe that we have a problem, and the problem has to do with not just the parking, but the speed limit that cars are going down our streets. And we also believe that this is going to be an ameliorated, even more serious problem as the parking demand is higher with the parking garage that's coming down the street to us. So years ago when we did this, we asked the town, would you take a look at this and figure out what the speed of the cars were? And the neighbors were all up in arms about it. We asked, would you come and actually track the number of cars that come and what the speed limit is on Murray Place and on Princeton Avenue? And they did. And they came back and reported to council that we were absolutely right. That was true. And the solution then was to put speed bumps there. However, the speed bumps were not speed bumps. They were the islands that are more gentle in that particular respect, and they're not very high, and they didn't have much of an effect. So the neighbors have consistently been saying, gee, can't that be made higher to slow the traffic down? Because unlike Harrison Street, that has stoplights there and caused that to happen, on our streets, you don't have the stoplights the same way. And the last point about speed is the following, that there are devices on 206 that have a sign that says speed limit 25 miles an hour, and below it is a digital sign that says your speed 32 miles an hour. We believe that that's a situation that's happening on our street today, and it will become a worse problem in the future. And we would very much like to have signs like that installed on our streets here to try to get people to do this and drive at a more sensible speed, regardless of what's going to happen with the parking areas. And the final point I'd like to make has to do with the notion of license plate recognition. This was discussed at our meeting as well. And we certainly did hear from one or two people in the group that expressed understandable concerns about issue of confidentiality of information. But we also had people that said, this may make sense. If it's economically sensible, if it's more efficient, and if it We can privately enforce all current and future parking regulations. If that will help us do that, it's something we ought to consider. But I think that it's imperative that anything like this being considered must take into account a number of key things. And I'm not going to go into them this evening, but suffice it to say, these need to be looked at in terms of how will information be used, and will it only be in terms of enforcing the parking, or could it be used for any other reason? It should not be used for any other reason. There should be guarantees in writing with any contractors that provide the hardware, software, communication systems to do this, that they will not use this information in any other way. And if the companies will not agree to that, and if this is not something that council is comfortable with, and the Princeton legal team is not comfortable with, then I say don't do it. But I think these are things that need to be very carefully considered and looked at and for the future. And I think that concludes the points that I made. And I wonder, thank you very, very much for your time this evening. Any questions or clarifications anybody has like to pose before I
Well, Marty, we're not going to take any questions yet. There's still another presentation, and we're going to get through all the presentations
perfectly
first.
fine. Everybody, thank you so very, very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
the business community presentation is next. Dorothea and Kathy.
Kathy, do you want to take it away, or do you want me to?
I'm happy to take it away. Just give me one quick second. I too, like Joanne, I'm not used to speaking to such a large crowd. So first of all, good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Clockenbring, and I'm one of the owners of Jam and Krebs, as well as a resident of Princeton in the historic western section of town. I'd like to thank the Parking Task Force and other concerned community members for their time and collaboration to address an equitable solution for the parking needs of our employees. These individuals represent a critical component of the success of our town. What drew my family to Princeton more than 20 years ago was the ability to live in a walking distance to a vibrant town that represented a diverse shopping, dining, and cultural experience. The real sense of a community, from its shop owners to the individuals who work there in these stores, is what made them so unique. Inspired by what this town is, I actually wanted to become a part of this special community. This ultimately came to fruition in the formation of Jam and Krebs with my two business partners. We began at the farmers market in 2011 to opening our storefront in 2014. I will tell you, from the beginning of our business adventure, we have been active members of both the Princeton Merchants Association and the Economic Development Committee since its establishment in 2018. We have sat at those tables, we have listened to consumers' concerns, we have listened to business owners' concerns, and we have listened to residents. They come into my store all the time, and we hear what the challenges are. We have witnessed firsthand the impact of the daily, the seasonal, and let's face it, the once in 100 years challenges that the residents, municipality, and small business encounters as a result of either a single or multiple event. We understand very well what this requires to sustain a vibrant downtown, what it means to the residents, and what it means to the business community. As a speaker who has experienced these challenges from multiple perspectives, I'd like to thank actually the Parking Task Force for taking on this task over the past 3 years and doing its best to meet with community members to find a balance for all parties. Over 60% of our employees at Jam and Krebs live in Princeton and or utilize public transportation. We are very proud of this statistic because we are a business that is grounded in sound environmental practices. I've heard that mentioned a number of times tonight, and I can't tell you how much that means from a business owner who spends too much time in a compost can. This is really important to me. However, the reality is that there will always be some employees that need parking. That is just what it costs to run a business. We can't draw all the employees we need from locally, and they can't rely on all the public transportation there is out there. In my humble opinion, we are all in this together, as the businesses need the support of our community, and the community benefits from a vibrant downtown. We only need to look at other communities that have either lost their downtowns or never created one, in fact, to recognize the value of having a downtown that represents a balance of these ecosystems. I ask that all parties involved to work together to create a balanced solution that reflects the needs of all sides. There are no winners and there are no losers if one party dominates this discussion. I would like to remind everyone of what 20 Nassau Street looked like just 10 years ago, when the end of And the end at the downtown corridor on the south side of Nassau Street was considered the end of Chambers Street, and now it's considered the end of Bank Street. The block of 20 Nassau reflects what can become of our town when small local merchants are supported by their community. Every business on that block is owned and operated by a local owner who is also a resident of this town. Imagine that. That's everybody except the Chase Bank. The commitment of these businesses to our community is what makes this block thriving, not only in good weather, not only in a pandemic, but even in the dead of winter. As one of many business owners that have sat in on various public meetings and task force discussions when available, I can confidently say that this task force has worked diligently to find common ground for all voices. We've experienced firsthand the compromises that have evolved. In the end, I have faith that though we may not agree with all the recommendations, all of us in this community can learn to live with what we all like, as well as what we don't like, as it is in the best interest of the larger community. Living together with differing views is how we move forward together and preserve our community. I want to thank everyone for their time and willingness to work together to come to an equitable solution for all, and for giving me my time.
Thank you, Catherine. Dorothea, are you saying something also, or is?
I am. Hang on one second. So, yeah, I want to start also with thanks for giving Kathy and me time on the agenda to speak on behalf of a group of local merchants who are also residents and have been meeting regularly to discuss the urgent issue of parking. And I want to emphasize in the time that I have 3 points, all of them in order to hold up the very impressive work that the task force has done over the course of 3 long years in what really has been an open and transparent process. First of all, I want to urge critics to keep a sense of perspective. As we heard again tonight in the presentation, the task force's recommendations show that their solution understands parking as a scarce resource, and it's careful not to overburden any one street or area of town with parking permits. But scarcity means redistributing that burden somewhat. Again, what's impressive about the proposal is that nowhere is the burden excessive. So solutions for residents and their visitors have priority, as we've also heard, and then some always limited allowances are made for employees and customers in that plan. To consider the plan an employee parking plan, as some contributors tonight have been doing, is, in my respectful opinion, really simply a mischaracterization. It's also important, I think, to remember that visitors to the downtown are as often as not themselves Princeton residents, so much as merchants are often themselves residents. And that just means that most of us actually belong in multiple interest groups, and that's a good thing for this process. Crucially, every interested group has had to make concessions to get to this point where we are in this process. For instance, from the employee's perspective, the initial proposal started with a $10 a month permitted solution for employees, and that cost has tripled. Some might still consider that very low. Our staff would not, or us on behalf of our staff as employers, because it adds up. And then also a great deal of free parking will be taken away. Free parking that exists now will be taken away and replaced with permitted parking, which will be sharply felt. But none of that means that this community opposes the plan. Those are compromises that have been arrived at over time, as it should be in a healthy process of give and take. So then my second point concerns equity. And some others have talked about the importance of this point tonight. Redistribution as it's envisioned will make some happy and some less so, but it is the only equitable path. And I urge council really here to find kind of the force of their conviction in this regard, since it is the just and the fair answer. And what that means is that no part of town should be left out of a solution. Bearing in mind again, and I think it's important to repeat that, that the plan is very mindful not to overburden any street with employee or customer parking. And then finally, maybe a more direct word about the importance of the employee permit component of the plan. And there I want to pause to emphasize that in no way is the proposed plan a subsidy to businesses. So that just needs to be fact checked, and we can discuss it. But I'm not really here to refute other presenters' claims. Instead, I want to address the employees, my staff, our various staff. The people who work in town, by and large, can't afford to live in town. For example, if my husband and my brother-in-law and I didn't also own and operate another business, which is a wholesale book company in Pennington, we also would not be able to afford to live in town. Affordable housing is being addressed by council, and this work is important, it's commendable, but it's very, very slow. And in the meantime, our employees drive long distances to keep our downtown vibrant and viable, as Kathy has been saying. And I, for example, am humbled that I have people working for me who come every day from as far as Philadelphia, from Toms River, from Edison, and elsewhere. The least we can do is to ensure that getting to and from parking doesn't add another half hour or more to their commuting day, and that it doesn't cut into their paychecks. And then to close, I thought I would try to return everyone in their mind's eye to the spring of 2020 and the summer of 2020. If food was prepared and delivered to you, if you picked anything up curbside, if you were grateful then that the delis and pharmacies remained open, then you know that our employees deserve a parking solution that honors the contribution they make every day to Princeton as part of a comprehensive plan that also addresses the needs of all others who need parking in town. And I think that the proposals of the task force really go a very long way towards doing all of that. And I thank everyone on that task force for their work, and I hope that council will give it the weight that it deserves. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to get to public comment, and thank you everybody for hanging in there so long, but it was good to get through the presentations. So, you know, we have the 3-minute rule, which we're going to try to stick to as much as possible. So when you get recognized, if you could say your name and your address, that would be great. If you have a question, it would be really helpful if you said who your question was directed at. So is it to a specific person that made a presentation, or is it to the parking task force in general, or someone from the business community in general, whatever. But again, if we could be succinct and to the point, that would be great. If you want to boost what somebody else said, you don't have to say everything they said. You could simply say, hey, I agree with whoever just said what. That would be tremendous, because we want to try to get everybody a chance to speak. Okay, having said that, we'll start with this. And again, if I have to interrupt or cut you off, I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to stick to the ground rules and get as many people as possible the opportunity to speak. So Adam, we've had a number of people with their hands up for a while. I think Alice might have been first. Could we bring her in?
Yes, bringing her over now.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate the opportunity. A post on Planet Princeton from the merchants.
Alice, could you just state your name and address, because we have to keep minutes and say
I'm
who
sorry.
said what.
Alice Arzt, ARTZT. I'm at Hawthorne Avenue in Princeton.
Thank you.
A post on Planet Princeton from the merchants in Princeton states that the task force's proposal represents, quote, an open and inclusive process, unquote, quote, over the course of 3 years, unquote, quote, a true collaboration among a diverse community of neighbors, unquote. Wow, you could have fooled me. Maybe all the businesses knew about all this, but it was a very rude and unwelcome shock to residents. Suddenly in the spring of 2021, we were presented with a fait accompli. At first, just a rumor a few people found out about. And then as it was confirmed, many residents started to react against it by telling each other about what was going to be imposed on them. Then as we all started doing research and passing out flyers, more people found out, and more people were dismayed and upset. Just the fact that the task force has felt obliged to rethink things in the past few months and has been forced by extremely strong pushback to change some of their proposal, although still not nearly enough, shows that they had a very decided agenda and a very minimal input from any residents before this whole thing blew up recently. If residents had had any input at all, the initial proposal would have been far different. This is the usual thing, though, on a much smaller scale that seems to happen in government in the USA these days. Businesses and business lobbyists tell politicians what they want, and then they get exactly that. Whatever business wants is what is decreed and put into law. The people be damned. And as you may have noticed, people are not happy about this situation. The council needs to completely rethink this whole mess. The entire population of Princeton and those in each individual neighborhood should be involved in making the decisions. We need to make sure that there is available commercial parking for all past and present businesses, business entities and projects, and also for all future projects before they are built. Just continuously expanding the town's need for parking while doing nothing to prepare for that, and then expecting already overtaxed residents to suffer the consequences, both monetarily by new fees and financial demands, and by having to survive in and cope with deteriorating neighborhoods, is not fair or equitable in any way. In Richard K. Rhine's just posted article on his own site, Tap into Princeton, he makes fun of the anguished letters, unquote, of residents and tries to defend the task force. His closing argument is telling, but works in exactly the opposite way from what he assumes. He says, quote, "The high school neighborhood is a poster child of Princeton's parking dilemma. It began when the high school kids driving to school overran the neighborhood as they sought out free daytime parking. In response, parking was limited to resident permit only during the school hours. Residents were given 2 free permits for each house, plus 2 more free permits for guests. No wonder they don't want to change anything," unquote. Yes, indeed, absolutely true. We worked very hard many years ago to get that very good solution to the big problems we had. And for sure, we don't want to change now to something much worse. Nor should any Princeton resident want anything less than that. What we want is for everyone in Princeton to have a very good solution like ours to the problem they now have. This is equity. This is what people want. Yes.
Are you just about done?
Yes, I am. I'm pretty close to the end.
Okay.
This is what people want. Residents know what they want on their own residential streets, and they should have what they want in their own neighborhoods. Such an outcome is absolutely possible. Phyllis Teitelbaum's plan or something similar is a good example. It would work well for both residents and businesses. Why not?
Thank you, Alice.
You're welcome.
Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, bringing over Anita.
Thank you. Anita, if you unmute yourself and just give us your name and address. All right, Adam, let's go to the next person.
Okay, bringing over Stephanie.
Okay.
Hi, good evening to everyone. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I really don't have anything prepared, and it's going to be kind of from the hip.
Okay, Stephanie, can you just?
Yes, I will. My name is Stephanie Von Mannen, and I live on Hodge Road. And I am in overwhelming support of what Phyllis, Jonathan, and Kate had to say, not only with regard to my own neighborhood, but every neighborhood that is or has been or will in the future be thought of as an area to go under what is planned by the task force. And I would just urge council members to please carefully go over the materials that Sensible Streets has provided. And I don't know, Honestly, I really just think just because Nelson Nygaard made a recommendation doesn't mean we have to follow their recommendations. I believe a plethora of viable alternatives exist. But it seems like, contrary to overwhelming neighborhood dissent, the task force continues to present this single course of action as a fait accompli. I think the council owes their constituency more due diligence and a look to their fiduciary duty to pursue other alternatives that their constituency overwhelmingly demands. And finally, it just strikes me as kind of interesting that there is such a large number of speakers tonight that represent the business owners. Of course, it's an integral part of businesses are an integral part of what's going on with the parking and the need for parking. But I really think that this is more about our neighborhoods. That's really the first thing to think about, and the first people whose needs need to be taken into consideration, because there is a little whiff of I don't know what the best word would be, a whiff of complicity, perhaps a little bit too strong, but the task force can use the businesses to further what their seemingly one-minded solution to this problem is. And I think people should think about that a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for sticking to the 3 minutes almost exactly. You're set a good model for everybody else. Adam, could we bring the next person?
Yes, bringing over Kathleen.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Carroll. I live on Don Street. I guess the first thing I want to say is that I hope the council will have the courage to ignore all these naysayers and move ahead tonight and approve the task force's proposed plan. I've been waiting a long time for this. I don't have a driveway on John Street. The task force, I flew home from where I was working in Charleston, South Carolina in the fall of 2019 for the community meeting that the task force arranged at Borough Hall. Participated in that input session where we broke up into groups, have given input to various task force members and council members over the 2 years. And I think it's time to go ahead and pass the plan. It's been well thought out. It's been well researched. For me personally, of course, it will mean having a permit, a 24-hour permit to park on the street, so that on nights like tonight, I don't have to walk a block away in the freezing cold to get to my parking space. I do have some questions, not to anyone in particular, but I am wondering if people with on-street permits and no driveways will be allowed to park in the McLean lot at night when there's snow or there's brush pickup scheduled on our street, because I am concerned about that. I think parked cars will cause trouble for things like trash and leaf pickup. Okay, so I have just in general, I've been pretty disturbed by the general tone of the criticisms over the last few months in the letters to the editor, etc., questioning the task force's integrity or claiming they're self-serving. I've seen these people work really hard. I've been very impressed. I am really grateful for your willingness to volunteer and put in the time. And believe me, I would hesitate to ever volunteer for a task force after seeing what you have gone through. I'd also like to ask why people like Phyllis Teitelbaum and Safe Streets and a few others got allotted slots on the agenda and more time than the 3 minutes that the rest of us have been granted. So anyway, I've been waiting 22 years to get an on-street 24-hour permit, so I hope you will pass that. Thank you.
Kathleen, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, bringing over Wendy.
Wendy, if you could unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hi. If you could start with your name and address.
Yeah, Wendy Ludlum, 229 South Harrison Street. And well, first of all, for everyone who's been working on this for a very long time, I think all of us in town appreciate your hard work. And I think that Phyllis Teitelbaum has really given us the answer to this, what we think of as being an impossible situation that, demands a lot of kind of restrictions for everybody that seem unnecessary. And I think there's been a lot of talk about the word community. And I think that community of Princeton is really the neighborhoods, because community is the people. And of course, the businesses are a part of a town, and the people in town support the businesses. And but I don't think that, the concern about equity of walking further for an employee to be, the equity issues that were brought about employees and that kind of thing is, I don't think it's really a subject for the parking permit and this kind of context, because that kind of equitable discussion would ask us really to think about the cost of land and land use and other things if we wanted to start to look at sort of a more equitable thing for people who, what am I trying to say? I'm just trying to say that I think there's some really good solutions. And again, I think Phyllis Teitelbaum has given us a lot of insight into providing things in the right manner. So I don't believe that residential streets are meant for commercial use of parking. And I think that the university does show us some examples of shuttling people. And that's really a very, 2022, 2032. That's kind of the future. And I just my heart goes out to the person who was speaking about waiting 22 years for a permit parking spot. And that she shouldn't have had to wait that long. And there are, as people have said, the street trees and Witherspoon, Jackson neighborhood that do need the attention of the council. And I don't think that right now the task force is necessary. I think that
Wendy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We're at the 3-minute mark and we have 27 more people that want to speak. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, bringing over Marco.
Thank you.
Marco Guitardis, Harris Road. Thank you for recognizing me again. I heard a lot tonight, and I really feel that I agree with Phyllis Teitelbaum and some of the other speakers that this plan is not fit for Princeton. I'm a scientist, and by scientist, I go by data. And I refute some of the comments that were made that this committee actually has provided ample data that's based on fact. One of the things that I haven't heard, and I've asked Councilman Cohen many times about this, about the financial costs of this, what it would take. I'm not talking about the LiDAR system, the plate reader system. I'm talking in general just about what it costs for enforcement and what it costs for, putting the permits out. For me, an easy solution for the permits is everybody pays their taxes. You send out 2 permits with the receipt for the taxes, or you have people pick them up. I don't think that's too taxing. Also, the overnight is not too taxing for the police. I think that's been mischaracterized also. And it's right, what somebody said before, that in a lot of our neighborhoods, we police our own streets. And if you had stickers on cars or tags on cars, I can tell you that I've called police many times to ticket cars on my street that shouldn't be there. In terms of the employee parking, I do not believe that it's the purpose of our government to subsidize employee parking in any way, and that should be taken into account by the business owners to pay their people a fair wage, or should be taken into account in terms of having a better transit system within Princeton. Princeton is a colonial town, okay? It has narrow streets. There's not much room in this town. And I think I agree about the safety with the number of parked cars. What we really need is to disband this committee and talk about more, this task force, talk about more of a holistic transit approach that's 21st century. That's what we need. We need parking garages. I don't believe, and I disagree that parking garages are not environmentally safe or not environmentally appropriate. I think if we had a spoke and wheel system of shuttling in from, let's say we had a lot at the Dinky, where the Dinky is, we built a garage there. We could certainly have a shuttle. We had an efficient shuttle system. I think we can do much better than we're doing now within this town. Take cars off the street,
Marco?
take cars out of the center of Princeton. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, just so everyone knows, we still have 29 more people with their hands up. So again, if you could all be succinct to the point, that would be great. And we'll try to get to everybody as quickly as we can. Adam, can we bring in the next person? And Adam, just as I start asking people to wrap up, just automatically bring in the next person so we save a few seconds in between each, please.
No problem. And bringing over Franz.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening. I'm Franz Kutsia, 7 Princeton Avenue. With Leon Lam, I arranged letters from 32 property owners in the Princeton-Murray neighborhood to council. I want to strongly echo Marty Schneiderman that there is significant opposition to the employee parking plan in our neighborhood. At the recent neighborhood meeting, no one spoke in favor of the employee part of the plan, with or without adjustments. The plan is largely arbitrary, lacks professional analysis of its impacts, and is risky. And there are other approaches, even in the 2017 study, which have not been fully explored or implemented, and those should be done first. The plan takes one minor sentence in the 2017 plan as a mandate to radically extend permit parking across neighborhoods, which the 2017 study specifically excluded, such as ours. For example, the Nassau North map covering our neighborhood is a gerrymandered map that zigzags across zoning and parking study boundaries without reason. The plan lacks metrics such as business requirements and employee interest. Critical operational decisions such as which businesses are eligible and things such as $1 a day all-day rate were plucked from thin air just in the past few weeks. The council should be extremely concerned about exposing the town to legal risks as well as development risk when this plan inevitably will become a lever wielded by petitioners against the planning board. And of course, there is a complete lack of traffic, safety, labor impact, and property value studies for the neighborhoods such as ours, which is now being targeted. I want to give an example of just how weak the underlying analysis are. Property values are critical to this town and also to personal owners' long-term financial stability. Yet as recently as 2 weeks ago, impact on property values was dismissed as a curiosity by the PPTF with a comment in their considerations matrix document. And I'm going to quote the response here in full. Start quotation. What an interesting question, question mark. TBD in practice after recommended parking permit changes go into effect, end quotations. I urge everyone to peruse this document. It will raise your eyebrows. Once implemented, this program will be irreversible. Problems will take time to appear. In the interim, businesses will hire staff and set compensation schedules, and developers will buy properties and invest. It will not be possible to shut the program down. Instead, problems will be resolved by classifying this as emergencies and then expanding our program, turning our neighborhoods into a safety valve for poor council decision-making. This proposal is simply an unacceptable work product. I understand and sympathize with the task force. They have had 2 years to work on this, but they do not have the resources or internal process to do an adequate professional job. It is unlikely it is going to change. The town should reject this employee permit parking proposal, implement the non-controversial alternative and components, such as just offering the slots to the residents in WSG and the real Tree Streets, but don't grab our neighborhood, classify it as a Tree Street, and then try to expand the program with no data. When this is done and all the existing alternatives are fully implemented, then the town should fully fund and provide resources for competent professional planning that properly balances the interests of the residents with the interests of businesses.
Ron?
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Good timing. Appreciate it. All right, Adam.
Okay, we have Eileen.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Eileen Bird, B-I-R-D, and I live on Moran, 53 Moran. I've lived in Princeton for 30 years, and I oppose the current proposal. It's not a personal attack on the task force. I'm sure they've done a fantastic job as best they could, and I just happen to support the Sensible Streets presentation. I think that protecting the residential areas with residential only parking is wonderful. That would help the person who spoke before about waiting for a permit for 20 years or whatever. I'd like to see us protect all the neighborhoods, not just R2. In terms of the businesses, I'm sympathetic to them, but I do feel that there are spots at Westminster, maybe at the shopping center, maybe it looked like some of the parking garages weren't fully used. Someone mentioned the university. So we wouldn't have to build new lots. There are probably ways that the businesses themselves could rent spots or pay a fee to be able to use that, and then have a shuttle bus, say, to get from the shopping center to downtown. So, just like I say, I'm opposed to the current proposal. I think the idea of looking at public transportation more extensively is a good one. And so I'll quit with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Jen.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jen Rakusin. I'm a Nassau Street resident, and I'm also an employee at Labyrinth Books. I just want to urge the council to really consider the employee point of view, even though employees aren't writing a lot of op-eds or coming to the council meetings. It's not because they don't care, it's because I'm frankly lucky to live a 15-minute walk from work, so I can be here. But I have a lot of coworkers who, after an 8-hour workday and 2 hours total of commuting, they're not ready to log on to a multi-hour meeting. They already have such limited time in the day because of the commute, which involves a 15 or 20-minute walk from the Westminster lot each way. I also wanted to address the point of public transit, which was brought up a lot. And I personally would love to live in a world where none of us use cars and public transit is widespread. But that's simply not the case where we are right now. In the Sensible Streets presentation, it talked about parking freezes and encouraging public transit use. and not providing more parking so as to encourage people to use public transit more. But all of the examples they cited, we're looking at cities like Boston and San Francisco and DC, and places that do already have really well-established and widespread public transit. So I simply don't think that's applicable here. Also, a lot of the parking garages in the area are simply too expensive. Even $12 a day for an employee who's making $15 an hour, that's 10% of their salary. And that's just absolutely unreasonable for many employees in the area. So yeah, to reiterate, I would just like to encourage the council to consider the employees who spend their time trying to make this an even better place to live for all of the residents in this town. Consider their opinions, even though they're not able to be present at these meetings. Oh, actually, sorry, I forgot. I have one question too. A lot of people have brought up the plethora of parking spaces that are already available for employees, but which I think so far number somewhere around 300 or 400. I was wondering if someone on the task force knows if there is an estimated number for how many employees in the Princeton area do need parking.
David, do you know offhand?
I will answer that by briefly explaining the research that the task force did. We had a survey that we distributed to first floor business owners throughout the business district. And we basically got a response of how many employees they had, how many parking spaces they provided for their employees. And we took the remainder as unparked employees. We put a corrective factor on that to take into account businesses that might have had 2 shifts. So we reduced that number of unparked employees by a factor. I can't pull it up off the top of my head, but that's how we ended up with the numbers of parking demand that's shown on the 4 maps that were presented earlier in the presentation. We readily admit that those numbers are squishy. They're squishy for a couple of reasons. One is that we know that some employees bike or walk to work. You know, not every employee needs a parking space, but it's also squishy in the other direction because we did not survey second floor business owners. And as the plan has been evolving, we're looking probably to make spots eligible to them as well. So for instance, the ordinance that was introduced for the Westminster lot yesterday allows, you know, upper floor employees to access those permit spots. So the approximate total number of unparked employees across the town was a little over 1,000. And there were about 550 spots that we identified in those 4 maps across the Westminster lot, the McLean lot, 177 underutilized parking meters, and then about 105 on-street spaces.
Thank you, David. Thank you, John. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry, the panelists, if panelists have their hands up, Mark.
I'm sorry. Well, I really want to get to yeah, I really don't, with all due respect to everybody, I don't want us to be going back and forth between a member of the public making a comment, asking a question. If we got it answered, I just want to keep moving. We still have 25 people that are trying to speak. So in fairness to the public, I want to get to as many as the public as possible. So sorry. Melissa, if you could just give us your name and address and go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I'm Melissa Lane, and I live on Princeton Avenue, and I want to thank all the members of council and the task force and all the presenters this evening. I want to focus tonight on the climate change dimension of this, which has come to concern me increasingly. When I looked at the FAQs, paragraph 1 acknowledged the issue of climate change in terms of residential parking. Paragraph 14 stressed that the university is engaging in an aggressive effort to reduce its carbon footprint and to come up with more imaginative solutions. And then that that consideration seemed to disappear when the consideration was made both of the calculation of the number of spots needed, which Councilman Cohen just described, which took no account of public transit in the way that the numbers were actually produced, and also in terms of the many of the points that have been made, which would suggest that a simple solution to many of the problems that have been raised about the distance of walking to the lots, the expense of lots, could be much better local downtown transit. If you had a bus that went at the crucial times of the business day from the Westminster lot around the downtown, it would seem that that would solve many of the issues that have been raised. So it really does seem strange to me to be considering a plan in which the potential effect on sustainability in the town is not front and center in the considerations, in the way that the need was calculated and in the kinds of solutions that are being proposed. So that really concerns me. I also do want to reiterate a couple of points that were made from our residents meeting of the members of the Jugtown neighborhood. And that was in particular the concern that that our streets were added to the tree streets at a very late point in the proceedings, that we were explicitly told that the reason that other sections had been cut from the pilot, or from the current proposal being put forward, which is not just a pilot, but is the only thing that's actually on the table, was that the residents of those streets had objected. Our streets were only added late, so that we didn't know that there was a potential effect on our streets. And after the meeting was held with our streets, although we recognize that a few of the points that we made have been incorporated into the considerations matrix, we still, no one tonight on the task force has explicitly addressed that problem of the procedure by which some neighborhoods were exempted ahead of this meeting, not waiting for the full council to decide on whether those neighborhoods should be exempted, but the task force itself decided to exempt those two neighborhoods from this proposal. And yet other neighborhoods which have also raised concerns, those objections have not been deemed to attract the same consideration. So, I mean, as I said at that meeting, I really do believe that if this is a real problem that needs a solution that would take into account all of the parking, which is within a certain, I think should be expanded with public transport to be provided, a certain perimeter and radius, then there's no basis for accepting some neighborhoods in advance of others. Thank you.
Melissa, thank you very much. Okay. Leon?
Thank you. My name is Leon Lum. I am Melissa's neighbor who just spoke. So I live on Princeton Avenue in the Murray Place, Princeton Avenue, Jugtown neighborhood. I want to express my support for the statements made by Phyllis Tattlebaum and Sensible Streets and to their solutions for what a good plan looks like. I do want to make clear that I support providing free parking to all residents who don't have parking. I think that you should be able to park in front of your street and that you shouldn't have to pay for it. But I do not support having employee parking on residential streets as a way to make that happen. So in that December 30th meeting with my neighbors in the task force, the task force members stated that they are actually continuing to still look into acquiring more parking spots. We heard Councilman Cohen say that there was a survey performed, but that the total number of actual spots needed is not really known. The 1,000 could be an overestimation. So it really just seems like a full effort to acquire as many spots to fulfill the NIGARD study parking proposal hasn't really been exhausted. And that, adding, I'll echo Melissa's statement that, adding our neighborhood in at the end was just sort of a way of maybe providing for more spots without really looking into the details on how that would affect our neighborhood, our proximity to the university, the fact that we're a thoroughfare for residents who for motorists who go to and from the university and for motorists who want to avoid Harrison Street. So I do not think that adding additional street parking will make our particular neighborhood safer. I think it will actually be the opposite and increase congestion. So that's all I have to say tonight. And I think, thank you for my time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you attending. Okay, Tony?
Thank you. My name is Anthony Lunn, Tony Lunn, Hawthorne Avenue. Thank you to the task force for all this hard work, especially during COVID times. I have two things I want to bring up. The first is on process and the second is in concept. In terms of process, I think there's a lot to learn of how to run task force like this in the future. It has been said that this is an open and inclusive process. Well, I know that Phyllis Teitelbaum had enormous difficulty in finding out when the task force was meeting. And this information was almost a secret. It was often not made publicly available at all. And I believe that she was often only the only member of the public present. Second, I think the task force had a bit of a difficulty because some things had been predetermined before they even started. In a very early meeting, a senior member of the town administration, town council, spoke to a senior person in the business community at the meeting, and they said, well, the objective of setting up this task force was really to replace the recommendations of the outside group that had met reported in 2017, and at other times it was very clear that the idea was to put employee cars on residential streets. So it was in the minds of the people who actually set up this task force that was what the goal should be. 3, and I think something can be done about this in the future, it's been alluded to by others, documentation is really important. The task force tried to get data, but they didn't have the resources that they needed to do it properly, and they should get professional support to do this. How many employees actually need parking? How many employees already have parking paid by their employer? How many employers would stop providing this subsidy if other parking was provided? And a whole lot of other questions to do with the numbers. And the data has not been properly publicized, and I think that we need to figure out how to do this better in the future. The second point is a more conceptual one.
Tony, you're down to about 10 seconds.
The overall concept is deeply flawed. The climate action plan is of critical importance, and it should be required that anything council does is in accord with the council. The climate action plan. Modern approaches are to reduce automobile use, not increase it, explore other alternatives, expand Tiger transit system and work with them. And I'm sorry to overshoot my time.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate your help. Okay, Adam, you're next.
Hello, good evening. I'm Adam Finkelstein. I live on Aiken Avenue in Princeton, where I've lived for 25 years. Aiken Avenue is in the Murray-Princeton neighborhood. Also, Marty Schneiderman described it as the Jugtown neighborhood. Thanks to the council for hearing from us and for your thoughtful consideration. I'd like to add my support for the many sensible points made by Phyllis Teitelbaum and also the speakers on behalf of Sensible Streets Princeton. I'm one of several neighbors who co-signed a letter sent to the council by our neighbor Leon Lum, who spoke earlier. I'd like to underscore the main point of this letter was that we ask the town should exhaust all other options that are being explored prior to issuing permit parking to employees of businesses in neighborhoods. I would like to thank the task force for their hard work on a really tangled problem, and thank the members of the task force that met with us in our neighborhood on December 30th, as described by my neighbor Marty Schneiderman. There was general support in that meeting for issuing permits that would allow overnight parking for homes that do not have driveways or don't have space or only have space for one car. And I think that's something that the council could enact immediately and would have broad support. However, during that meeting, there was overwhelming opposition expressed for issuing permit parking for employees of local businesses in neighborhoods. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Adam. Okay. Robert.
Hi, thank you. Rob Dodge, 32 Maple Street, part of the Tree Streets. I would like to start off by saying I was really impressed, with David Cohen, how he highlighted what the goals and objectives of the committee would be 5 years ago. Sounded really great. But I feel what I read is really just the opposite. Instead of inclusion and diversity, we have discrimination and unequitable treatment of neighborhoods. And I'll go specifically, many good points are already said and on problems with this plan, and I'll go over two other ones. And I also go to Letitia's point, which is to make it easier for residents. In fact, this plan makes it much more difficult for many residents to park and live in their neighborhoods. And Letitia, I'll give you specific examples of why that is. Starting in about Thanksgiving, I took a survey of people who came to visit me at Maple Street, one of the Tree Streets. And up until January 2nd, every single person, Letitia, stayed more than 3 hours. They would be prohibited from parking. How could I have any visitors during the holiday season? Because this plan would prevent them from parking on our street. Currently, they can park on Maple Street at any amount of time, not just limited to 3 hours. The second point really goes to business owners as well. Many of the business owners, small business owners that work on Maple Street, house cleaners, nannies, doulas, babysitters, carpenters, plumbers, they don't drive big commercial vehicles. They are a business of one, and they drive and they work on the houses. They work for people that live in the neighborhood. Yes, we can send them on the 606 bus and say the only way you can work in Princeton now is to come on bus. But as Joanne said earlier, not everybody wants to be waiting outside at 10 degrees for the bus to come and drop them off and take this huge commute. And so this plan prohibits many small business owners from parking and doing business in the Tree Streets area. And the last point here about the exclusion, and many people have said this before, but right now we've excluded the historic Western section. We've excluded Jefferson Bohr, the high school area. It sounds, Marty and the team there over in Jugtown, sounds like that's going to be excluded. In the Tree Streets, we've excluded Moran, Chestnut, Pine Street. So we're really shifting the entire parking burden on just a few streets in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, and really fewer than half the streets in the Tree Street neighborhood at this point. And that's really discriminatory and putting and very unfair to put all burden on those streets. So Letitia, I'd say this is exactly the opposite of what you point out in the minutes. You're making it much harder for residents, as well as you're really shifting the burden on a really small number of people within Princeton. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. John, you're next.
Hi, everybody. This is John Howler. I'm a resident of House Circle here in Princeton. First, I'd like to thank all the task force members who listened to the community and greatly modified the original proposal over the last month, especially Joanne Ferrugia, whose store my 8-year-old grandson insists on visiting every time he comes to town. What are our objectives? The most important objective is that residents should not have to pay to park on their own street, especially if no driveway, but also if a very small driveway. Many families require 2 cars, especially lower income families who may not have the luxury of working from home. A resident should not have to pay for a second parking spot. Furthermore, caregivers should not be limited to 3 hours. That's almost always insufficient before the homeowner must pay. This especially impacts our older residents, many of whom cannot afford another $360 a year on top of ever increasing pharmaceutical costs. This could be verified by a doctor. My second objective would be that sufficient curb space be available for a few guests and repair people and contractors. My third objective would be that a portion of the remaining unused space be used for employee parking, something that many small business owners have requested and are perfectly willing to pay for. So it seems to me that the latest task force proposal accomplishes almost all of these goals. The latest task force plan carefully allocates only a small portion of the remaining curb footage to downtown business employees. And I think that the very recent letter from 10 of our small downtown business owners makes this point very well, while debunking many of the myths that have been flying around. Finally, in the interest of community equity and fairness, I see no reason whatsoever to exclude streets in the so-called further western section from this town. In 1998, my wife and I purchased one of the smaller houses on Library Place. She wanted to rehabilitate it. I wanted to be able to walk into town. We lived on the block between Boudinot Street and Hodge Road. It was exactly a 12-minute walk to Palmer Square, very well suited for a few parking spaces for our town's employees. We lived there for 21 years before downsizing to a ranch-style house. Since I worked from home before retiring and did my own yard work in the front, I became very familiar with the daytime traffic and parking patterns on Library Place, as well as Boudinot and Morven Place on my walks into town. My observation over all of these 21 years was that there are long stretches of unused curb space, especially in front of the properties with the longest curbs. So in conclusion, I would say the latest task force proposal requires only a couple of small tweaks. And if we are to allow employee parking on any of our residential streets, the western section must be included. There is absolutely no reason that the residents who live there should receive special treatment versus our neighbors in the Witherspoon, Jackson, and Tree Street neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Dean, you're next.
Thank you. And I want to just second what John just said there with regards to the inclusion of all neighborhoods.
Dean, for the record, could you just state your name?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Dean Smith, and I'm a resident of McLean Street. And the first thing I'd like to talk about is a note on transparency. There's been a lot said tonight about the task force and its transparency, and I have been following this for years fairly closely because my partner, Joanne Ferrugia, is a member of the task force, but also just as a resident. And so what I want to say is, I think that we need to talk about transparency with regards to all. I formally contacted Sensible Streets on more than one occasion, asking about their board officers and corporate status. They never replied in good, and that is in violation of good practices for nonprofits. Mr. Hopkins is not just a volunteer of the organization, he's a founding board member of Sensible Streets. And I think that that needs to be made known, that who the folks are behind that in all transparency. So getting on to my main point, I'm Dean Smith. I'm a resident of Princeton and a business owner in town. I own Jazam's Toy and Bookstore with my partner, Joanne, who is a member of the Permit Parking Task Force. I am speaking tonight as a business owner. I want to say that throughout the latter part of this process, the business community has been unreasonably vilified by certain interests in an ugly and untruthful manner. Although it has been asserted otherwise, we are not looking for special treatment. We are simply asking that an underutilized resource, asphalt, on a portion of some streets in town for some parts of the day are used for employees and residents. I also need to point out that the businesses also pay handsomely in taxes, so we are not looking for a free ride, simply part of a paid lane. Employee parking would come at the cost of $30 per month, $360 per year, no handout. That seems reasonable to me, but many of the loudest voices have been crying out that residents will be, quote, subsidizing worker parking permits. However, in looking at average Princeton property values and lot sizes, a 6 by 10 foot driveway space on the average Princeton homeowner's property equates to between $300 and $500 a year on their tax bill. Providing those same size spaces on the public thoroughfares at those rates seems fair and not subsidized at all. Lastly, I want to say that our business, in conjunction with our employees, does multitude hours of community service in town. We throw a block party each year for the kids of Princeton where all activities and prizes are free. And Jazams donates tens of thousands of dollars a year to local charities. This same spirit of giving and community involvement can be said for most of the small businesses that call Princeton home. We are not looking for a handout. We are simply looking for the rental of some underutilized asphalt to help out the hardworking folks who make this town a better place to live. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Dean. Bruce, you're next.
Hello, this is Bruce Lawton of Hawthorne Avenue. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Needless to say that the entire saga of this issue thus far has been, to put it mildly, fraught. Not only the feeling of, yes, siege that residents have endured because of how this has played out for a year, but the continued vigilance required by residents to keep on top of it, not unlike the vigilance that's been necessary to deal with the ongoing pandemic. Much of the ill will, town dividedness, and position-fueled entrenchment could have been avoided had the Princeton Parking Task Force instituted from the get-go a more open, inviting, and less imperious "we know best" approach to the issues it was formed to address. When met with the concerns and pushback from residents at meetings, that is, the ones that we were allowed to attend and to speak, and in public letters and social media, a decided divide and spin approach has been instituted. Rather than actually listen, take in, and incorporate the concerns into the planning, which would have likely helped it to evolve into a workable, accepted plan, there was largely the continued "we know best" imperiousness in evidence. Even if the task force members see or feel otherwise, I can assure you that the optics of what went on is what has made this so contentious. Hearing about certain meetings that took place behind closed doors did not engender a sense of transparency or trust, even if, by rules, they were allowed. Canceling a public meeting at the 11th hour following immediately on the heels of a get the word out canvassing of residents by door-to-door flyer appeared obvious and desperate. Finally, taking off the table the RoboCop technology and accepting the high school and western sections from the plan was sadly too little too late. While I'm sure there has been sincere good intentions, the way and manner that the task force went about its mission was, quite frankly, what has led to this unfortunate stalemate. In closing, the one item that I can firmly state is imperative in whatever plan is eventually and finally adopted is the sacrosanctness of the right of the taxpaying resident to be allowed to park on their own street in their own neighborhood without any extra cost or encumbrance, period. Across the board, gratis permits, whether they be window sticker or tag or what have you, are imperative, and the very least that people who pay some of the highest property taxes in the nation can expect. That is equitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
I'm Elizabeth Bates at 298 Nassau Street, diagonally across from Princeton Avenue. And my beautifully considered and elegantly written notes are unavailable to me because I don't know how to get into my regular computer past this screen. I'm 87 years old. I've lived in Princeton since 1955. And I would like to say that I'm trying not to be diverted by the comments that came up tonight. I would like to mention to all of you that those people who do not have parking garages or driveways paid a great deal less for their property than those of us who have driveways. So in point of fact, they're not to be, I'm not pitying them in quite the same fashion. And I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars difference in the purchase price of a property with or without a driveway. I would like to say that in my old house that I am trying to keep up, but am being forced to sell. My big job right now is to get my house ready to sell because I've been taxed out of Princeton very considerably. In normal circumstances, I have to have workmen come. No heat last week, 3 trucks. Little electrical problem, 2 trucks. These kinds of things, I need to have a workman be able to park near my house. So I'm now being asked, it's being suggested that I pay for a permit so that I can have a workman park across my house in an emergency. Balderdash. I think that the original program as proposed by David Cohen, originally, you were talking about the equity of the way parking places should be distributed. And you said 1/3 employees, 1/3 residents. I'm sorry, that is not an acceptable balance. I am sorry for the person who drives 2 hours from Philadelphia to work in Princeton. However, I commuted, God knows many hours in New York to work. And nobody seemed to feel very worried about giving me a parking place at the Dinky at that time. I'm saying that the proposal as rendered does a grave disservice to those of us who live here, who are elderly people, who have people coming to help us. I would cite my neighbor over on Linden Lane, age 99. We have great difficulty going to visit her because we can't find parking places because the darling people who are her younger friends are in their 80s. And so we're having a lot of trouble with this. So please, please, please take care of the residents first, particularly the elderly residents and those of us who can't afford to live in Princeton anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, I know you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. First, I'm going to say I'm so sorry to hear that Elizabeth Bates is going to have to move away from Princeton, and she is a treasure to this town. So please take heed of her remarks. I do want to thank the task force for beginning.
Yaina, I'm sorry. Can you just state your name and address for the?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry.
Yaina Moore. I live on Green Street in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, the historic Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. Again, thank you again for the task force's work. It seems in a press release, which I thought was very odd to be coming from a municipal entity, they have tried to express some views or some ideas that may have resulted from listening, but I think there is much, much further to go. I want to thank Phyllis Teitelbaum for her tangible suggestions and Kate Owen and Jonathan Hopkins for their framework for how to even consider in a more holistic manner this type of problem. Okay, so the process. The goals, in fact, were not drawn up with, I guess, a representative body. So the representation was issue when the task force was formed. Access notice, I didn't know anything about this meeting, nor did any of our Witherspoon Jackson residents, primarily until yesterday. And responsiveness has been only on the formal presentation when there was a meeting called at the last minute. And this is the second time that we've had such late notice. On the side of data, which had been asked for 2 years ago, it has never sort of shown up and been reported in the concrete manner, not extrapolated with all kinds of assumptions of percentages and the things that were talked about by David in a real time. And for example, commercial restaurant business during COVID-19 had more or less of a boom with the expansion once restaurant eating was allowed. It expanded their tables and seating. And so the demand ballooned. The impact, safety, the traffic really wasn't reported. The cost to residents in particular, and the quality of life really needed to be better assessed in terms of the resident impacts. I also wanted to thank those who recognized Robert Dodge and John Howner in particular. Witherspoon Jackson's the most dense neighborhood in Princeton. It has the lowest per capita auto ownership, but it's also underserved in terms of parking availability on a per lot, single family lot basis. So the zeal to try to monetize streets and revenue from every producer. I'm sorry, Mark. Witherspoon Jackson did not have a presentation opportunity, nor did it get noticed. So just bear with me, please.
I'm going to bear with you for a little bit, but I'm going to hold you to the same standard as everyone else.
Right. Well, we didn't even know about the meeting till yesterday. The revenue production of our streets that the residents have paid taxes for already equates to essentially, as it's been put, a black tax, to where it's a double negative, depleting both the supply to residents, charging residents for supplemental uses, to a neighborhood that can least afford it. I am confused by what is being framed as equitable, because equitability between commerce and residential property use and land use has never occurred. It's, first of all, our property taxes structure different. Commercial is progressive.
I need you to
I will
come to an end.
Residential
I have
is
17 more people.
Residential is progressive. And parking for residential is on a per lot basis, and we have to meet it. And for the commercial, it's negotiated, distributed, shared, and now imposed. So I'd really like this plan to have better consideration. And as Jim Floyd, our dearly departed former mayor of Princeton Township, has often said, this neighborhood was relegated to living in this neighborhood. It did have walkability because, for one, it didn't have autos to get to local jobs. But what is happening now is that it is being used as a convenient tool for those for whom don't necessarily live in the neighborhood and can benefit and or negatively impact from. My suggestions would be resident permits are free. First of all, they should not be charged for those who don't have 2 parking spaces per household available to residents, their visitors and services. Remote lots and shuttles for employees, that was suggested long ago. We didn't need to waste this time to just get to that point. Limited non-permitted parking or designated parking for visitors in terms of hour time-based, because there was a suggestion of expanding it. In fact, if there is any visitor, it could be 2 spaces or 1 space.
I need you to stop.
Okay, and this last one is enforcement. If it's not enforced, as a lot is not enforced right now, none of this works. Thank you.
Thank you, Yana. All right, John, you're next.
Thank you. There's often a lot of Johns on the call, so I was
Sorry.
jumping a number of times. John Wilkin, I live on Jefferson Road between Franklin and Henry. I addressed the council back in May about this topic and ran out of time. I sent a follow-up email to councillors Sachs and Perone Lambros. I received no reply, which was disappointing. So I hope you'll hear me out on what I have to say tonight. Let me say I fully support making provisions for affordable employee parking. I've spoken with people for whom this is a burden. And so, yes, we need to move forward on this. I live in the high school district. We have a very workable system at the moment. We get a parking sticker, a resident parking sticker for our car. And then whenever we want, if we need to put the car on the street because I'm getting a delivery of firewood or a contractor wants to back his truck into my driveway so that no one steals the tools out of the back of the truck, that's fine. I don't have to think about permitting parking my car on the street for the day. Under the new system, I will have to think about that. I'll have to pay for it. So we're talking about managing a limited resource and through a permitting system. And that makes total sense. But you don't have to charge residents for those permits. Just issue the permits on a basis of eligibility. When you look at the guiding principles that the charge to this task team, it was all about being equitable, which I totally agree with. There was nothing about finances. There was nothing about how are we going to pay for this? Does it need to be cost neutral? Do we need to charge residents for it? So I'm saying, I think you lost the high school district when you instituted a policy that would require us to pay to park on our own street. I'm going to speak to the issues of equitability, and I'm going to refer to particular numbers in the frequently asked questions. That's a document that I reviewed this afternoon. Number 16 was, what's the basis of saying that, and I thank Mr. Cohen for correcting Mr. Epstein on his presentation today, that if you have space for 2 parking places in your street, you cannot get a permit for a third. If I have a grown child living at home with me, assisting me for healthcare reasons or because they're displaced, where do I put that third car? There is absolutely no option within the present plan to accommodate that. I don't think that's equitable. A number of speakers, I think Robert Dodge and John Harlan both raised this issue. Recognizable contractors, I guess they have a sign on the side of their car, are exempt, but an in-home health carer is not. So someone who's conducting a $5 million renovation on Library Place doesn't have to pay for her contractors' cars to park, but my next door neighbor who's retired, living on a state pension and Social Security, and has a volunteer carer come in to look after her, has to pay $360 a year for that person to park in the street. It's not equitable. If you want, if you want to make the burden of this parking plan equitable, push all the costs onto all of the taxpayers. Don't make any charges to people who are residents. Share the burden equally across everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Lisa, you're next. Lisa, could you unmute yourself? There you go.
Thank you. Good evening. I wasn't sure when I'd be up, so I wasn't right at my computer, so I apologize for the slight delay. My name is Lisa Sariasol. I live on Olden Lane, and my perspective in the permit parking task force's efforts, first of all, I want to say a huge thank you, because this is all volunteer time, and I'm sure it's a huge amount of time. And I can't thank you enough for all of what you have put into this. I also thank all of council and the mayor for giving so many of us the opportunity to discuss this in an open forum, because clearly there's a lot of need to work through this. What I like to draw everyone's attention to are a few comments that have been made by people like Melissa and Tony about climate change and the climate action plan. And also Marco, who talked about public transit, because we are all still focused on a car-centric existence where everyone is still thinking in terms of moving around by car. But as Tony and Melissa have pointed out, we all know that climate change is with us and will intensify if we don't adapt and change our behaviors to make our climate and our world a lot healthier. And in that context, I, from my perspective as a member of the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, and also as a safety instructor to children about how to be safe walking and biking, I have encouraged thousands, I am not exaggerating, thousands of kids to walk and bike to school. And back in 2018, we created something, a very temporary demonstration called the Beta Bike Lane that was only for roughly 2 weeks and for about 0.4 of a mile. And it was hugely popular. And it really was part of the impetus that created the study on permit parking, because in order to establish a permanent bike lane on Wiggins Street and Hamilton Avenue, it would require the removal of the on-street parking that exists on those two streets. Here we are, 2022, almost 4 years later, and the discussion is still about where can we park, but I haven't heard anybody talk about where can we bike or walk safely. Part of the reason for the bike lanes is that the road is dangerous to ride on as a bicyclist, but it is an important connector, both east and west, as well as a street that is used by high school and middle school students who leave school and go downtown, go to the library, go have ice cream, meet their friends, and need this facility to be able to expand not just their own horizons, but their ability to move about safely, independently,
Lisa,
on the road. In the past 2
Lisa,
months,
I need you to wrap up.
yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the past 2 months, the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, together with the Public Transit Advisory Committee and the Youth Advisory Committee, have conducted a survey of the middle school and high school students. We have received over 1,000 responses from the high school students about their interest in walking and biking to school, from school. And I look forward to sharing this with council in the very near future. But I would like to emphasize that there is very strong demand for a bike facility to make it a safe transit, not only for students, but for all of the communities in the area of Wiggins and Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay. Micah?
Hi, this is Caleb Firing, 463 Jefferson Road. I've lived on Jefferson Road most of my life, and my grandmother has lived on Linden Lane for most of her life, 64 of 97 years to be exact. She and I have had multiple discussions on the permit parking task force's proposal. We both agree the current parking situation needs reform, and we support the task force's proposed plan. Whenever I or other visitors of my grandmother, be they old friends or book club members, drive to visit her during the day, Linden Lane's on-street parking spaces are completely filled. Most of the cars parked there stay for the entire day, and turnover is nearly non-existent. As a result, both myself and others visiting my grandmother do not have a reliable or convenient place to park. The new parking scheme proposed would limit daytime unpermitted parking to 3 hours, which will eliminate the all-day unregulated parking that currently severely restricts availability and turnover. We both think this will be a major improvement. Overall, we concluded that the proposed plan will more equitably distribute use of these valuable public spaces between residents, visitors, shoppers, and merchants. And so we support this plan. And I think my grandma pointed out that parking in Princeton will always be a contentious topic, but we both believe the plan currently proposed to be a thoroughly thought out one, and we hope it will be adopted. So that's all, and thank you for everyone's time tonight.
Thank you. Don?
Hi, my name's Don Greenberg. I live on Lytle Street. Glad we're going to be getting overnight parking permits. That's great, finally. I don't think residents should have to pay for permits. And in terms of employee parking, I understand that not all employees live within good walking distance or live within easily commuted public transit distance. I just did a quick search on Google Maps, and from places close as Ewing, it's over an hour and a half each way by bus. So I get that there has to be parking for employees, but I think more needs to be done to look into remote parking lots with shuttles, either subsidized by the businesses where the employees work, or as one other person suggested, with costs spread out over the tax base of the entire town. But I don't believe residential streets should be used for employee parking. I did have one question. What about people who live in the apartments on Witherspoon Street and, David or anybody else on the task force, because that's metered parking. What about people, there's no driveways in a lot of those homes. Where are they going to park? Are they going to get parking permits to park on the side streets? How's that going to work?
David, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, in general, the approach has been that apartment buildings are not eligible for the residential parking permits that we're offering to 1 and 2 family dwellings. I think my understanding is that for many, if not all of those apartments, they're rented by individuals who don't have cars at all because they currently don't have parking spaces. So to the point that a lot of people have been making tonight, we're trying to strike a balance where we're not actually encouraging more car ownership and more car use. Make a long answer short, I don't think we're intending to provide parking for those apartments on Witherspoon Street.
Okay, yeah, because I know there's one house on the corner of Lytle and Witherspoon, and then there's another right around the corner where it's, people in their 20s or 30s, they work out of town, they have cars, they're usually parked on Lytle Street. So a multi-family with 2 apartments wouldn't be eligible for parking permits anywhere? Is that what I'm hearing? That's on Witherspoon.
I mean, a 2 family would, if they had no driveways, would be eligible.
Okay, all right. And I forget which, might have been Stephen, or I forget which member of the task force said that there would be 7 employee parking spaces allotted on Lytle. I don't think that's even workable. You can never get a space on Lytle, whether it's night or day. So, and and those cars just don't move. I see David smiling.
The reason why there's never parking on Lytle is because there's no regulation of parking on Lytle.
Yeah, and I think it should be resident only, though. I know you and I disagree on that, David.
Okay.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me. Thanks to the task force and to the people who spoke in opposition. Just one last thought. I think some of the language tonight about it seemed to insinuate that the parking task force was trying to pull a fast one. I don't think that's true. I know David as a friend. I don't know many of the other people on the task force, but I know that he wouldn't allow that. And I just think it was a lot of the comments were mean-spirited. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Ashley, you're next.
Yes, hi, good evening. This is Ashley Pereira. I'm a Jefferson Road resident, and hopefully we can come to a workable solution for all of the stakeholders here. That's why we're all still on the line here at 10, and all of us have spent hours upon hours on trying to work a workable solution for our entire community, business, employees, and residents. But I wanted to highlight my opposition in the context of overlapping commercial parking and the school zones and the school areas in our communities. It's not just concrete and asphalt. These are roads where our children go to school, community park, the middle school, the high school, the Burke Foundation, at all hours of the day. The high school kids are moving to the library, when they've got a free period. You've got the children commuting early in the morning, some of them unaccompanied, some of them with parents. And if you come to this area, the school zone in the morning, you will see commuters frantically trying to get into town, out of town, sanitation, brush, and the prospect of adding additional commercial parking in the school zone where we have children trying to get to school and parents trying to get them there safely, I think may be untenable. And I'd hate to see an accident occur where we should likely try to take this issue off the table where possible. I believe that there should be an equitable parking solution for our entire community, but I also don't want common sense to get in the way of some of our needs. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I hope we can all work together on coming and landing this plane on a workable solution for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren?
Hi, good evening. This is Lauren Seam, Morven Place. I've been looking at the Nelson Nygaard study, and something struck me that I'd like to talk about, which will hopefully start some constructive conversation. The study looks at the minimum parking requirements that we as a town require businesses to provide for their customers and employees as part of the approval process. And then it compares them to the numbers that the Institute for Transportation Engineers, the ITE, recommends. And our consultants point out that the ITE numbers are the gold standard we should be using. Now, if you look at the ITE numbers for retail establishments, the minimum recommendation is that these businesses provide 2.2 spaces for every 475 square feet. Princeton right now, in part of its approval process, only requires 1 space, so half of the recommended. So now let's move on to eating establishments. The ITE recommendation for eating establishments is 6.5 parking spaces for each 400 square feet. And so I hope this could become the interactive part of the evening, and the council members would be willing to either hold up a finger or speak or guess what Princeton requires for eating establishments. So the suggested ITE recommendation is 6.5. Anyone know what we require?
Please tell us.
One. I'm sorry, this is nuts. 6.5 is the recommendation for the approval process, and we say 1 is okay. And it's not just me who says this is nuts. Our own consultant points this out, flags this as a problem. I don't know how we got here, how we got so out of whack and so far from the ITE recommendations. But my basic point here is that I'm concerned about this employee permit parking expanding to residential neighborhoods. not that I don't want employees to have parking, but I think the process is just going to expand and become more out of control until we deal with the root problem and deal with the approval process and do what our study and our consultants recommended and get in line with the recommendations of the ITE. Thanks and good night.
Thank you. Anita?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is the other Anita. You were calling for Anita earlier. I was panicking. I would like to add my voice to those. I'm 1 Harris Road, sorry.
Thank you.
I would like to add my voice to those objecting to the proposal. I know that council has received many letters and already heard from residents across neighborhoods objecting to this plan, the way citizenry was notified, the perception of only being quasi-included in the process, but also objecting to the government taking ownership of this problem. Like many, I feel that moving commercial parking into residential neighborhood is the thin wedge that will continue to grow over time, especially in the high school neighborhood with the growing commercial development of Witherspoon Street. I have over 200 signatures on a petition from residents voicing disapproval to this proposal, many in the high school neighborhood. I know that you have said that the high school neighborhood is off the plate for now, but it's not if you're including the meters on Franklin, which is very much part of the high school neighborhood. Lastly, I would just like to add that there is hope that you will not be coming back to us after the development of the Franklin lot and reintroducing this plan again. We hope that the parking for the residents and their guests or caretakers will be accounted for on that site. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to start out by asking a question.
Christina, could you just, for the sake of our minutes, say your name and address?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Christina Corvin, and I live at 54 Lee Avenue. So this has come up a few times, but I just want to be perfectly clear. When you say employee parking on a street, let's take Princeton Avenue, how many in the block between off Harrison to the next block, which I'm blanking on the road right now, how many employees would you expect to be parking on that block at any given time?
Does somebody from the task force remember that or can go to that diagram real quick?
Yeah,
Princeton?
I can share it.
Oh, is that the 4, 4, and 3?
I mean, it could be any block in town. I just
it varies.
Yeah, so that first block of Princeton Ave was 4 employee parking spots out of 8 total parking spots.
Okay, and that is determined based on the residents' needs on that block.
Yeah, I will comment that Princeton parking on both sides of the street, but we're only proposing employee spots on one side. So it's a sort of a special case. There would actually be about 16 spots on that block with only 4 employee spots proposed there.
Okay, so a quarter of all of the parking available would be to employees.
Right.
Okay, so then I would also like to say you all did a really great job presenting. The thing that I'm a little bit disappointed by is there was still so much misinformation. I know the Sensible Streets PowerPoint was very slick, but there was a lot of misinformation still after the real information was presented by the task force. So I'm a little bit disappointed that this was allowed to get out there without refuting it. And I wanted to a lot of people supported Phyllis Teitelbaum's quote unquote plan, but I didn't really hear there was much of a plan. I mean, there are a lot of players involved here, and there wasn't really a lot of addressing of everybody's needs in town. And again, to reiterate, businesses, small family businesses pay a lot of taxes as well. It's not like they're just freeloading here in town. And I was also very saddened by some of the really awful comments to so the task force members. It just really hurts me that our neighbors are insinuating that they're trying to pull one over on each other's eyes. And I really love our small businesses. I love Jazams, I love Labyrinth, and I don't want to lose them to Hopewell like we lost Green Design. But if we don't work together as a community, we could very well do that. And I also want to say that in Witherspoon Jackson, our taxes might be smaller, but our tax burden is actually 3 times larger than my neighbor and I looked at an example on Library Place for the size of a lot, the lot size for our lot, and then this particular house we chose. And indeed, our tax burden is 3 times higher. So we cannot use the argument that driveways, people without driveways pay fewer taxes, because that just simply is not true. And I would love to share my street with a few employees. I understand that it would be limited. And if I can support the vibrancy of our community, which includes businesses, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer, you're next.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Jennifer Gagan. I live at I own 9 and 11 Aiken Avenue. My family has lived in this neighborhood for 22 years, and we love the neighborhood so much that my mom relocated here 8 years ago to 46 Murray Place. We object to the current proposal primarily as it relates to the permitting of employee parking on limited targeted residential streets, particularly at extreme below market rates, and with a lack of consideration for homeowners in gerrymandered neighborhoods. I strongly support granting a permit or two to homeowners who require it in order to accommodate their own cars at their own properties, but that should not be combined with the employee parking proposal. Commercial parking in our neighborhood currently runs $175 a month up the street, which is outrageous, but underscores how the current proposal will encourage local employees to give up other parking in favor of far cheaper parking that would then overburden our streets and increase demand. The Princeton Aiken Murray neighborhood has very limited curb space fronting each dwelling, and especially with the single-sided parking and houses on both sides of the streets, we currently experience days where there are many parked cars from visitors, residents, service people, and repair people. We can also relay many stories about fender benders that have occurred on our tight, narrow streets when more cars are present and visibility is reduced, as well as challenges making the turns in and out of driveways. I agree with many of the statements that have been made regarding protecting neighborhoods. The current plan does not accomplish that. Not only that, but there are neighborhoods equally convenient to downtown that enjoy significantly more curb space per house and that host less traffic, where the introduction of newly parked cars would have lesser impact on the availability of parking for their visitors, yet those locations are inexplicably off the table for consideration for this permitted parking. Employees do need a place to park. We should be pursuing a better solution, negotiating with holders of many unused spaces in town, and exhausting every possible option rather than exploring the possibility of selling street parking permits, which protect some streets while burdening others. My neighborhood was not part of the original parking study, but we are being singled out and directly targeted by the current proposal without any professional evaluation or input, while other areas are not being considered in kind. This proposal places practical burdens, safety concerns, and an aesthetic burden on our neighborhood, particularly to those whose houses are on the parking side of the street. For this neighborhood, we already have 2 busy traffic through streets between town and Route 1. Adding the proposed parking on a daily basis will compound neighborhood challenges. This neighborhood already has significant changes coming our way, with the yet to be determined impact between the university's introduction of a new 1,600 space parking deck down the street and academic center forthcoming in the neighborhood, both of which will change the traffic volume and pattern on our streets. For our neighborhood specifically, now is not the time to make changes that will be difficult, if not impossible, to reverse. Thank you for your time. 3 minutes exactly.
Yeah, you're very good. Thank you. Rita, you're next.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Rita Rafalovsky. I'm from Library Place. I'm a resident. First, I wanted to highlight process issues. So some interesting facts. There's some BCC rules, and they state that members who would experience financial gain are disqualified. Yet businesses are on the task force and were even given time at this meeting to speak. Second, non-residents are also not allowed, yet one of the members is on the task force. Making the public aware of meetings is called out in the BCC rules, and this has not been happening very well, as Phyllis and a few other people have mentioned. I'm also involved in the cannabis topic, and people are observing some of the same process issues in that task force. So I wanted to highlight that. Next, I wanted to move on to several other points. So first, Princeton hired an independent parking consultant to provide us expert recommendations. The finding was that Princeton has plenty of unused parking in town for people seeking commercial parking. Some town leaders who are not experts in this field for unknown reasons did not like this answer and took it upon themselves to solve a problem that doesn't exist. They were so persistent, driven by who knows what, to find all kinds of rationale and other avenues to get business employees to park in residential streets. These are the optics from our perspective. They raise a rational question. Who do these solutions for non-existing problems benefit? The most obvious answer is businesses, because they and their employees would no longer need to pay market rates for parking. Next, residents and commuters have different rights by design. For example, a commuter cannot enroll their child in Princeton public schools. Only residents can, with the exception of some Cranberry students in high school, which has been a very hot topic in town and may not stay, the case forever. So many people are opposed to that. Let's look at other examples. Commuters cannot receive a resident parking permit. Commuters cannot vote in Princeton's local election. Are these conditions unkind? Of course they're not. This has nothing to do with kindness. Yet for parking, kindness is being demanded. Nevertheless, I cannot go to a town I don't live in and demand the same or similar privileges as residents of that town. Having different rights doesn't degrade me or a commuting employee to a second-class citizen in that town. The parking task force claim that residents and commuters have equal rights. They don't, and then accuse residents who disagree with this premise that they are degrading businesses and employees to second-class citizens. This is erroneous, misleading, and hugely irresponsible, especially coming from members of our elected officials. Next, I wanted to address several key claims made by businesses in today's publication and Plan of Princeton. Businesses claim that by granting employee parking permits, this would reduce the number of cars parked on residential streets. Businesses are seeking a total of 800 parking spaces. Where did this count come from? What percentage increase is that from current rate? We are not told. Perhaps the total number of parked cars would be reduced on some streets, but that's because those same cars or more cars would appear on other residential streets that are protected. The solution businesses are proposing for the protected streets is essentially the same one that created an unmanageable parking solution in some residential streets for years. How would spreading the congestion to more residential streets be strategic? Rather, it's a temporary, completely non-creative solution that creates quality of life issues for residents. Yes, I just need one more minute.
Sure.
Benefiting only businesses and their employees. Businesses also claim that their employees would get to retain more of their salaries as a result of the permit parking. This is a hairy one. First, because it assumes that all employees currently pay for their own parking, which is not true. Some businesses pay for employee parking. Will businesses continue to pay for those employees' parking? We're not told. Parking will be annually thousands cheaper on residential streets versus the municipal lot. So it wouldn't be surprising that these cars would appear on residential streets as well. Will businesses increase salaries of employees who start parking on streets? How will this be enforced? Second, for those employees who are not getting their parking subsidized by their employer, do we know how many there are? No. Has an employee survey been done by an uninterested party to get a count of how many employees have unsubsidized parking at present? No. Why not? Shouldn't we know who we're trying to help when the PPTF is sweepingly claiming that their plan will establish equity? I say uninterested party because both businesses—
Rita, I need you to wrap up.
The permit parking plan.
Thank you. Okay, Richard, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak to you. My name is Richard R. Delgado. I reside at 16 Chestnut Street. I became a Princeton resident a little bit more than 2 years ago, so I don't have the experience that some of you have with living in this town. council and the task force have put quite a lot of effort into studying parking, which I do appreciate. But I think we need to do a lot more. First, I want to say that I generally agree with a lot of what I heard from Phyllis and Marty. I'll address Chestnut Street specifically, and I'm happy to see that you don't propose employee parking on Chestnut Street. Thank you. And problems that we currently have with parking. It's a thorough through street and it's very narrow. It connects Nassau Street, Hamilton Avenue, Valley Road, and Terhune roads. 2-hour parking is currently allowed on the northbound side of the road. There are times when there is parking available on Chestnut Street, but there are also times when it and other tree streets have been completely parked up. Delivery vans and service vehicles often park on the south side of Chestnut Street. When this happens, and it's frequent, the road is barely wide enough for confident drivers to pass through. Unfortunately, we also have some less confident drivers who will be reluctant to proceed in those circumstances, and that sometimes blocks traffic when our road is completely parked up. Our 2-hour limit appears to be very loosely enforced, and we currently share parking with students and employees and customers of quite a few businesses and the university on nearby Nassau Street. Well, the university is not on Nassau and by Chestnut, but it's very close, and they park there. We also had a problem with cars parked opposite our driveway during the series of snowstorms I think last year. The drivable width of Chestnut Street narrowed with each succeeding snowstorm as more snow was plowed to be alongside those cars. Toward the end of the winter, it became quite a challenge to enter and exit my driveway. We made it. We also get quite a lot of noise in the early morning hours. I'm talking about 1, 2, 3 a.m. when local businesses close and employees and customers go to their cars as they prepare to go home or elsewhere. Parking for residents will very significantly increase the value of homes with limited or no parking. I believe it would be appropriate to have a significant portion of that shared with the municipality, maybe not 100%, but I think if a homeowner is getting a $100,000 benefit, they can pay a much larger fee than proposed.
Richard?
I only have a couple more points.
Okay.
I believe the market value of employee parking is significantly more than the proposed $1 a day. The real issue, which is not a municipality issue, is that minimum wages are too low for many people. And we have a lot of minimum wage people working in town. I'm going to encourage the use of automatic license plate reading technology as long as the data generated is limited to law enforcement use. The details matter when we regulate parking. Quite a few people spoke tonight that we're limited to a few minutes and we're told time is up. I want to encourage you, if you want to go ahead with this proposal, to provide more time for those people to completely express their concerns. Perhaps this could be done by allowing for written comments. I appreciate your concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome.
Sarah?
Hi, my name is Sarah Torian, and I'm a resident of Lee Avenue in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood, just down the street from 2 wonderful restaurants and our neighborhood bodega, and I gladly share my street for parking with those who frequent those neighborhood assets. I want to say I really appreciate the way that David Cohen opened up tonight's session by reminding and grounding us of how this session and the task force proposal is rooted in the data and best practices from the NYGARD study and its recommendations, including the suggestion to utilize on-street parking. When Rita was saying that they found lots of parking was available that wasn't being utilized, a lot of that was on-street parking, not in parking decks. Also, the extensive data gathered by the task force over the past 3 years. And therefore, I want to communicate my strong support for the task force's proposal. I support the amazing businesses in our town, and I am incredibly thankful to have a record store, a toy store, bookstores, a movie theater, and amazing restaurants within walking distance from my house. And I recognize that all of these businesses require multiple employees. And I really hope that our public leaders on the council should embrace the sustainable approach of utilizing the public asset that is available to us in the form of on-street parking in the limited fashion proposed by the task force, rather than building parking lots or decks or having a bus go back and forth between an off-street parking spot throughout the day, ideas that I've heard opponents to the proposal suggest frequently. I'll also add, in response to comments about the climate action plan and the need for employees to rely on public transit, that I live where I live so that my family, all 4 of us, can walk and bike to work and school. We didn't even look at a house that wasn't walkable down when we were shopping for homes. So I agree in principle with the support for biking and walking, but I would also stress the fact that we are in a suburb and there is not sufficient public transit to allow for lower income employees who do not live in our town to get to and from work in a timely manner and also take care of their families. And I certainly do not want to see Princeton become the poster child of paved paradise and put up a parking lot by replicating the parking practices of ETS. Really, I mean, it's just one big, huge parking lot. That's not what we want. I'll also add that the task force proposal is not a handout to businesses who, because businesses will be paying for the employee permits, despite what many opponents frequently say in their social media comments and letters to the editor. I remain incredibly disappointed that the current proposal, for the time being, continues to try to address the parking needs of residents, visitors, and employees by continuing to focus solely on the neighborhoods where more residents lack off-street parking options, neighborhoods like Witherspoon Jackson and the Tree Streets. And I firmly believe that any block or street within a half mile of the central business district and businesses along Nassau should be included in the employee permit parking program. The inequity across this town with regards to resident parking regulations is incredibly troubling to me, and something that this task force has been working to address for 3 years. Just across Witherspoon and the high school neighborhoods, all residents, nearly all of whom have off-street parking available to them, are given free parking permits, while those in the borough portion of Witherspoon Jackson, like Don Greenberg, who spoke recently before me, haven't even had access to purchase overnight parking permits, and those in the Tree Streets have had to purchase permits at a high cost. Quickly, I'll sum up by saying that I also second the comments about transparency provided by the task force. I have attended multiple public meetings, extending back into the days when we actually had in-person public meetings, and have been able to engage in conversation with the task force and council about parking and this proposal. And I've been able to, and this is all in comparison to the very non-transparent new organization that has popped up with a website and full page ads in the newspaper without any information until tonight about any residents that were a part of that.
All right, Sarah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm all done.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Adrienne?
Hi, I just want to thank Kate and Jonathan for their
Could you
hard
just state your name and address for the minutes?
Sure. My name is Adrienne Stanley. I live on John Street.
Thank you.
I think that the information that's been provided by them has been really helpful. I want to kind of further what my neighbor Yaina Moore brought up, which is the fact that if you live in our part of town, you really were excluded from a lot of this. You did not know when the meetings were happening. You showed up for a meeting and it was canceled. So I appreciate again, Jonathan and Kate being so transparent and providing so much information to us. I want to also talk about our section of town is just overrun, it's neglected, and quite frankly, it's exploited. Anyone who's talking about the fact that our streets are underutilized, I would say to you, they're actually exploited. Our children cannot walk safely down the street in our section of town. People come and they park for hours. We've had people come and park overnight without any consequences whatsoever. We have asked repeatedly, and actually our children, there are children up and down John Street, including special needs children, came together to write to the local newspaper to beg for enforcement of speeding and people who are blocking them from being seen from the road. We've begged for these things. We have not gotten them. So again, I want to go back to what Yaina Moore talked about, which is the fact that we're underserved. And yet you want to take a huge resource that we have, which is our proximity to town, and you want to give free parking to people who work there. I think it's really unfair. And I think you need to tap into other suggestions that have already been brought up. And I think you need to consider the safety of children, which should be at the forefront of all of this. The pedestrians who are children who walk to school, we pay these taxes so that our children can go to these wonderful schools. Where is the talk about safety for them? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alex.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Alex Masuk. I live on John Street. I'd just like to say I'm not in favor of the proposal as it stands. I think residential streets should be for residents first and foremost. I agree with the comments from Phyllis, Jonathan, Franz, and Rita from before. I can understand the need to shift parking, that employees need parking spots, but I think the current plan is disappointing in that it doesn't take a look at the underutilization in the parking decks. I think the town and local businesses should work together with the deck owners to negotiate a lower long-term rate for employees. I also think we should improve the shuttle system. I think that point was mentioned before. I have one question for the task force. Okay. Will Princeton distribute permits directly to the business employees, or will Princeton let the business owners make their own allocation?
Dave.
And the plan is to let business owners acquire the permits and distribute them to their employees. And the reason for that is that we have concern because there's a lot of turnover amongst employees, that if we allow employees to purchase a permit, we have no way to track whether they continue to be a valid permit holder, whether they've changed jobs, left, and are just using a permit that they're really not entitled to. So that's why we want to have the business owners control the permits.
Mm.
We know about how many.
Alex.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering how are you going to regulate some businesses taking more spots than others? And where's the transparency about which businesses are taking which spots?
Well, currently we're talking about limiting all businesses to no more than 10 spots. Our assumption is that businesses will not purchase more spots than they need for their employees. I'm not sure why they would do that. Remember, the permits will be associated with a license plate. So it's not like a business can purchase a permit and give it away to, or sell it at a higher price to somebody else.
Alex, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Tony?
My name is Tony Nelson. I live on 13 Bank Street in Princeton. And obviously, this has been one of those streets that's been very contentious. I hear a lot about tree streets, but I'd love to know that Bank Street's included, which I believe it is. I just really listened to this entire conversation tonight, and it's really kind of wonderful. This kind of democracy is actually happening. And thank God we didn't have to get into our cars and go down to the city hall, which is probably a very good thing from a sustainability point of view. But the reality is in COVID, I could bicycle in town and it was fantastic because there was so few cars parked on the street. Now that it's kind of over, everything's back again. And it's really an issue. And it was so interesting tonight to listen to all these various points. And there were some really interesting things done, but I have to commend this task force. I mean, I've met with them at several times. They've come to me at several times, and this is not an easy task. It's one of the most volatile things probably in this town, and I really commend you guys for this work. But now, there's just a couple other things for you to think about. We've got a master plan coming up, and that master plan should include a really long-term parking solution. And you know, if you look around town, there are several surface parking lots which are just sitting there available for development, of mixed-use development within walking distance. And it's all about walking distance and bicycle distances. There's no doubt there's this conflict between parallel parking on the street and bicycles. That's got to be resolved in some way. So maybe this solution, which may not be perfectly equitable to everyone, is really a kind of a temporary solution for us to begin to move on to something better. This is not a permanent solution, but this is a way to deal with the problem. Now, I didn't understand the 17% vacant stores. I don't know. I walk around town and I just see all sorts of vacant stores, and it really, really scares me because the heart of this town, in some way or another, is being diminished. And if that means we need to get the kind of employees here and for some at least temporary parking to get the town back on its feet, then for heaven's sakes, let's do that. Let's share it equitably as you can. And of course, I've waited 42 years for my permit to be able to park on the street. And I'm really excited about the fact that I'm actually finally going to be able to do it. So thank you guys. And thank you for this wonderful kind of democratic discussion you've had tonight.
Thanks, Tony. Take care.
Yeah.
Okay, David, you're next. David Newton. David, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. Many people don't ask me to unmute myself. It's normally the other way around. But I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. My name is David Newton. I live in Governor's Lane, which is not in the middle of the downtown. On the other hand, I've been in business in this town for 40 odd years, and I'm a partner in a number of buildings in the downtown, and I kind of am very, very familiar with the struggle of many downtown employees, particularly who work at retail establishments. I'm very familiar with David Cohen, who I would like to think is a good friend of mine, and also with Joanne Ferrugia, whose business I have kind of been peripherally involved with since she opened up in Princeton. And I'd just like to say one thing about both of these individuals, that they are people who I would say strive for fairness in their approach to any problem that they deal with. And I know in David's case that I wouldn't even say he strives for it, he pains for it. And I would like to say that this problem is ongoing, and I didn't think I would be necessarily on the same side as a number of people in this discussion. Only to say that that the solutions are always far from perfect, But I know that given the problems that exist, the task force has taken every effort to try and be fair and work up a solution that is workable for the stakeholders, which include both the businesses as well as the residents. And I'm sure that there's no way of making everybody happy in this town. And one has to respect all the concerns that people have. Nevertheless, the task force has done a job and have taken on a project given the concerns of those different stakeholders and have come up with a solution. And I would just like to say again that I didn't even find myself on the same side as Tony Nielsen on this issue, that it may not be the long-term solution, but it certainly is a short-term solution. And I would really recommend that the council, adopt the resolutions that are put forward from the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mimi, you're next.
Hey guys, I know it's a late night. The only thing I wanted to add is that
Mimi, can you just state your name and address for the minutes?
sorry. My name is Mimi Omasinski. I live at 98 Nassau Street.
Thank you.
Across from Nassau Hall. I'm in the Lower Pond building. It's at the intersection of Nassau and Witherspoon Street. I just need to hear more math about this. I have no idea how the fees that are being proposed regarding these spots are going to pay for the origination, creation, and maintenance of what you're proposing. So before anything gets voted on about this, we have to know what's this going to cost to do. Because that's when you start to talk about if this thing is sustainable or if it's really going to be a hardship to taxpayers. That's it. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Mark, if I can just direct Mimi to the agenda packet, there is a worksheet that documents the costs and revenues from the program. It is self-sustaining.
Thank you, David. Scott, you're next.
And if I may, Scott is actually a member of the task force. And I had asked Adam to bring him in as a panelist because he wishes to comment.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see everybody. Thank you for your speakers. Thank you to the council. Thank you to the mayor for having this. I'm going to keep this very brief. I'll try to keep it within the 3 minutes as well. My point here, as I sit here in the 4th hour after working an 8-hour day plus 2 sporting events, I can let everybody know I have no vested interests in this personally. I'm here to help the citizens of Princeton. I used to be a resident myself. I graduated from the high school. My in-laws still live in town. I've worked for the high school for 20 years. I know many of you personally. I know many of your kids going through the schools. I'm also the crossing guard at Franklin and Walnut. I've been through that chaos every single morning for the last 10 years. So for the people that kind of attacked the task force, disagree with you. I'm not here to make any kind of gain out of it whatsoever. Thank you to Mr. Greenberg. Thank you to Ms. Corvin for your support. Phyllis Titlebaum from day one. We've been in contact. She's had my info. I think we both had a great working relationship where as far as hard as she's working on this on her behalf, I'm working it hard on my behalf as well. I'm an advocate for the high school. I can tell you personally, being in the task force, that is nothing has been taken off the table. I invested 3 years into this so far, and we've yet to touch the high school. We have not sit down as a task force and personally say, Jugtown, your area has been off the hook, or introduce your area just because you've had less resistance. That's not the case from my mind at all. My personal mind in your area is that as I commute to the school every single day over the 10 years, I see, like some people say, it's a thoroughfare. It's open parking. Residents spoke about how many parking spots on Princeton Ave. We talked about 16 with 4 employees. 4 employers like Joanne, like other employers. I'm a big fan of Hoagie Haven. I go to Hoagie Haven. The owner himself has spoken about how many times they've had to move and shuffle cars on the parking streets, both north and south of the Nassau Street. So it's been a concern. Residents have always been my primary concern first, and then we moved on to guests, and residents, and businesses. We've also stated that not everyone's going to be pleased, which is the kind of situation we are with parking. There's been many opportunities for everybody to be involved with this. Phyllis has been a hard worker for this, and she knows the public way of doing this, of how to find a meeting, of how to be a part of that meeting. We've never excluded anybody from our meetings. If you wanted to be a part of the meeting, you were more than welcome to. I personally was upset too when the meeting was canceled last minute. That was something that I didn't agree with, something I didn't agree with, that we publicly put forth a press release saying that we were canceling certain sections when we really haven't agreed on that as a task force. So there's a lot of work still to be done. And with the input that we've had from the community tonight and overall at our other meetings, this is how we get better solutions to a solution so that we can move forward and get things on a working level, not only with the community, but with merchants, with employers. I've been that person on the 606 who's taken the hour-long bus ride to work with no parking. I've decided not to come into work a day because it was a hassle. We have people in our own community who say there's no parking. They refuse to go shopping. They go to Business Route 1 and get their shopping done there, when there's all of our resources are here in town. So I think my 3 minutes is coming up. I just wanted to make sure people knew how I felt. And I thank you for your time.
Scott, thanks.
Thanks, Murph.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay, who are we bringing in here next? Adrian?
Hi, this is Adrian from John Street again. I'm just wondering, who is Scott? And he didn't give his address.
Scott was a member of the task force, I believe, Leticia?
Yes, he's been a member of the task force for the past 3 years.
Why if he doesn't live here? Sorry.
And where does he reside? He resides in Princeton?
I think he just said that in his statement. He works at the high school.
Okay, I'm just wondering because there are certain people being addressed, and I'm noticing like there was a couple of times when Jonathan put his hand up, he wasn't allowed to respond, and then this other gentleman was included. So I just want to make sure it's fair and everybody can get a chance to talk.
We've been trying hard to make sure every member of the public has had a chance to speak. So no one has been denied an opportunity to speak at least once. No one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Obnoxious.
Thank you for calling me obnoxious. Sorry that you think I am. Jacqueline, you're next. Jacqueline, can you unmute yourself? All right, Adam, let's go to the next person. Bill, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
William Wolf, 50 Hawthorne Avenue. I mostly want to thank the task force. It's been obvious that it's been a very long process and a difficult one. I'd like to suggest to the council that they divide this process in half. It would be a real shame not to bring the much needed relief to the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood and the Jugtown and Tree Street neighborhoods that are obviously in need of relief. So there are a lot of good portions of the report that would do that. And on the other hand, it's very obvious that the committee hasn't been able to gather sufficient data or economic projections to make a case for how much this will cost, how many cars will be provided. At least I haven't seen the documents. And I support the philosophy, the theory, but it would be irresponsible for the council to approve the plan as it is without better metrics. There was only one small part that I'd like to ask David, because I think David really knows this stuff thoroughly, that I think was there were contradictory statements. I'm going to read from the fourth paragraph of the permit parking proposal dated December 28th, 2021. I think that's the most current. It's talking about residents with no driveway or limited driveways will receive one free parking permit. A second permit may be purchased by the resident for $240 a year. The same fee would apply to any resident with a driveway who desires to purchase a permit. I think it was stated tonight that that was not the case, but it seems very clear in the written statement that any resident could purchase an additional on-street parking permit for $240. I think that's an important part, because I don't think anybody believes a resident is entitled to park 5 cars on the street anytime. And I think it's actually a good idea to have people pay for parking on their street. And I'm saying that because I think $240 a year is not an onerous amount, but there ought to be some control.
David, you or Michelle or
Well,
somebody?
so I'm going to bring up the document that I think Bill was referring to. I'm not seeing. You're saying it's.
No, it's in the overall proposal statement.
Of the narrative?
Yeah, the first narrative. I assumed you were the author of it, so.
Actually not, but.
Um,
Do you want to jump in, Michelle?
Very first document.
I think on the chart the chart says here that it's with 1 car driveway, so a limited driveway.
Just to point out what Bill is talking about, it's the paragraph that starts proposal overview.
Exactly.
You're welcome. It's the last sentence in that. There were a couple
Might
of
be
things in there that weren't clear.
It might not be clear in that. It should be clear in the chart. And I didn't pick up that.
So the answer to Bill's question, though, we think is if you have a normal driveway, that means you can fit more than 1 car, that this additional permit does not apply.
Right.
Correct.
That was right.
Correct. And I do want to emphasize, though, that this proposal is just for Witherspoon Jackson and for the tree streets where the parking is really at a premium. In earlier conversations about other neighborhoods like the high school neighborhood, we did talk about making permits available to all residents who wanted one, even if they had a full driveway, but that's not part of the current proposal for these 2 neighborhoods.
I think it's a pity, because I think that would satisfy people to the extent that this could be applied to every neighborhood in the town.
Yeah, I think what we've.
And I think that would be good.
We can certainly take that back to the task force.
So we still have a couple more people from the public, so I'm sorry. I just don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to make, it's almost 11. I don't want to make the.
I have a couple other points to make, Mark. One is I want to be sure.
Bill, if you can do it quickly.
Yeah, I want to be sure that the idea of the bike lane on Hamilton gets pursued. There's very, very few parking spaces on Hamilton, especially east of Chestnut. But they really muck up the possibility of a safe bike lane. So I hope those spaces will be eliminated.
Okay, your other point?
No, the other point is please do not pass the commercial parking in residential neighborhoods without better metrics.
Thank you, Bill.
That's it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Teresa, you're next.
Oh, hi. My name is Teresa Huang. I live on John Street. I have one question for Dave regarding the permit for the business owner. Based on your plan, the permit will be self-managed by the business owner. Is that right? So like us, we apply the permit through the township. So every year they verify our registration, make sure we still live there. So they renew the parking permit. And then for your proposal is say, you dispute the 1,000 of the parking permit to the business owner, and then they keep their own, and then they decide how many they want. So my question is how we know all the business owner can fairly all get the spot they need? Do we have, instead of some people has more and then some people doesn't have any, that kind of situation?
It's a great question, Teresa. We've talked about it. We have not come to a resolution, I would say. My personal suspicion is that we will not have as many permit requests from employers as we have spaces, that we may not sell out the entire Westminster lot, for instance. But if we do start to get lots of requests, we're going to have to figure out how to prioritize them. That's part of the reason why we're limiting initial requests to only 10 permits per employer. Even if they have 40 employees, they can only get 10 permits, so that we'll get a sense for what the overall demand is before we sell everything out.
Yeah, my point is I just hope, the transparency, to see, okay, who get a spot and how many the business get. Everything is transparent. That's what I'm hoping. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Teresa.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. Okay, so just Eileen, just 1 second, if you give me before you start. When Eileen's done, we had a number of emails that came in on this topic, and I want to make sure that as soon as Eileen's done, we're going to read all those emails because people sent them so they'd be read during the meeting. So anyway, Eileen, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, my name's Eileen Bird. I live on Moran Ave, and I did speak before, but I just want to ask a question now. So I still don't understand. I've heard like the western section was taken off the table, and I had actually emailed to ask the question about this because like you can walk from, as someone else pointed out, you can walk from Hodge Road to Palmer Square just as easily as you can walk from Linden Lane to Palmer Square. And so I think part of it, as someone who doesn't know a whole lot about the proposal, to me, it gives me the impression of like, oh yeah, naturally, if you live on Hodge Road, you don't have to worry about this, So could someone quickly maybe just comment on that, just to try to address that? Because it does seem unfair. Why is Moran having to deal with this and Hodge isn't? Check.
I see
Do you
Michelle
want me to comment or wait?
No, we're only a minute into Eileen's 3 minutes. So if someone can answer the question, that'd be great.
Well, mine actually will not be brief, so I can wait till the end to comment. But let me just
Well, are
let
you
me
gonna
just
answer?
make the statement that I
No, I'm looking for
personally
someone to
don't
answer
agree.
Eileen's question.
No, I personally don't agree that those two neighborhoods should be taken off the table, and I believe several other task force members feel the same.
Okay, so maybe the answer to Eileen's question is this, whether the western section or part of the western section is included in a program is yet to be decided. Is that accurate? I'm not on the task force, so I'm searching for an answer to the question.
We're not in agreement in the task force then, because
I would say that that's going to be a decision for council, not for the task force.
Okay, thank you.
well put.
Eileen?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so before we get to any council statements or questions, I just want to get the rest of the public input in, and that's the emails. I've got one, and then maybe Leticia, you could go, and then David's got one, and Michelle, and then we can jump to Eve and Mia, if that's okay, if that order is all right.
Sure.
All right,
So
let
I
me-
will read, yeah, I can start. I will read the one from Ratika Misra. I hope I pronounced that right. She wrote, "Hello, I am reaching out regarding parking permits for residents without a driveway on John Street. I am in support and would greatly appreciate for this initiative to pass. I am the homeowner of 150 and 152 John Street. We had a long journey of renovations, and our first year of renting commenced in July of 2021. We don't have a driveway, and moving the car every 2 hours has proven to be quite tough for the tenants with their work schedules, especially since they are now working remotely due to COVID. Their alternative options are quite expensive or have very long wait lists. I bought the home in August of 2019 and have been on the wait list for the McLean lot ever since. Not having a driveway and not being able to park for more than 2 hours on the street right in front of our house that always has plenty of spaces available has actually turned away more than a handful of potential tenants for the units and has made it quite difficult to find people to want to live in the home. We have also run into discrepancies with how the current parking rules are being enforced, which is quite unfair. To clarify, through this meeting today, will go quite a long way. We pay taxes, we have renovated the home to bring it back up to livable standards and are bettering the community and environment for all our neighbors. There are always plenty of spots available on John Street. We are only asking to be allowed to park 24 hours as residents who do not have a driveway. This little bit of peace of mind will allow so much happiness and relief to myself and our tenants. Thank you so much in advance for your time and patience in reading my email and offering my support. On my best.
Thank you. David, why don't you go ahead and read yours?
I think, but Jackie spoke already. Is it the same remarks? I think she just spoke. Or am I mistaken?
No, she raised her hand, but she couldn't unmute.
Oh, very good.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So this is Jackie Swain from Lytle Street. She wrote, "I own 2 houses on Lytle Street located in the John Witherspoon community of Princeton, New Jersey. I do not have driveways at these 2 homes. Therefore, parking on Lytle Street has been an absolute nightmare for the last 55 years. For some period of time, I parked in neighbors' driveways when they allowed me to. I have also parked in a municipal lot a block away. And for the last 15 or 20 years, I have paid a fee for a permit to park on the street in front of my house overnight. My issue has to do with the fact that during the day, my street is packed, overflowing with cars of business people. Princeton business people who are ducking having to pay for parking in the municipal lots. In the meantime, a tax-paying resident has no access to parking on the street where they pay taxes. My question is, how is this permit parking going to keep businesses from trumping the ability of residents to park on the street where they live in the town where they pay taxes? My question, therefore, is, won't these permits to business people give them access to parking on residential streets further trump the residents who still will have no place to park? I ask this because on occasion I've been confronted by business people regarding the fact that my car is parked in front of my houses in what they have chosen to claim as their parking spots. I might add that in addition to buying a permit from the municipality to park on the street overnight, I also have purchased a parking space behind the Virtus building on Witherspoon Street, which means that my car is not often on the street. But when I want to park in front of my house, I should be able to do so without being confronted by somebody from Nassau Street claiming that I'm taking their parking space. As you can see, this parking situation, especially here in the John Witherspoon area, really gets my blood boiling.
Thanks. Sorry about that. Okay, thanks. So I'm reading from Paul Zager wrote, my family resides at 29 Moran Avenue in Princeton. This is to express our support for the views expressed in the attached link, an open letter from Princeton merchants supporting the position of the Princeton Parking Task Force. The majority of homes on my narrow street do not have off-street parking. Employees working in the area and other non-residents regularly park on Moran, sometimes for a week at a time without moving, making it very difficult for residents to park near their homes. This is particularly the case when the university is in session. The proposal to issue resident parking permits and prohibit employee parking on Moran makes sense for those of us living on Moran and like streets, 24/7, 365 days. And then he references, I think, the open letter. Thank you for your consideration. Best regards, Paul Zager.
And Mark, I have one more letter that came to me with a request to read it. I don't know, since it didn't come to the right address, if that's okay or not, but.
Well, let me just get through the ones that follow the right procedure. Eve's got 2, Mia's got 2, I've got 1. So let me just get through those.
Sure.
Okay. This is the one that really deals more with bike lanes, but from Stephanie Oster, 78 Fairway Drive. Dear council members and mayor, the recent debate around parking in Princeton seems to have overshadowed previous discussions about implementing bike lanes around town, and particularly on the Hamilton-Wiggins corridor. While the needs of businesses and visitors to town should be heard and considered, the council must not forget it is also here to serve Princeton residents, many of whom are families with children who should have the right to bike safely around their town. Bike lane considerations must not be put to the side in the overall discussion around street parking. Thank you. And the second email is from Dozier Hammond on Lay Avenue. Questions for the Permit Parking Task Force. Why has the original cost of a permit of $10 a month gone up to $20 a month? That was question 1. Question 2, will the cost for low-income homestead rebate residents be 1/2 price, as is mentioned as a possibility? Could it be less or be eliminated? And question 3, is there a limit of how many permits will be allowed per household? Thank you. I hope someone's making note of those.
Yeah, I'll forward that email to the task force, and so somebody on the task force could answer those, or that'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay. Mia?
Yeah, this is from Lauren Smithline on Linden Lane, and she writes, Dear Princeton Council, please do not impose new parking regulations, permits, fees, time restrictions within the tree streets or what seems to be designated Nassau North employee parking. I live on Linden between Nassau and Hamilton in the Tree Streets neighborhood. I've lived there for 15 years. The parking regulations differ among the Princeton Avenue, Murray Place side of Nassau Street and the Princeton High School side of Hamilton. Sorry, they differ among the Princeton Avenue, Murray Place side of Nassau Street, the area between Nassau and Hamilton, and the Princeton High School side of Hamilton. The parking regulations differ from one end of Spruce to the other. These differences are fine. There's more all-day parking on my side of Nassau than on the Princeton Avenue, Murray Place side. I'm fine with that. Some residents have driveways and some do not. This was hardly a mystery when moving in. Off-street parking is an asset to a property that a resident pays for. Some people choose to live car-free and they do not pay for parking. It's unfair to Miracle, says Miracle, those who do not have off-street parking with a free permit, ultimately at the expense of all. In the tree streets, there appears to be no shortage of parking spots for employees or whomever else may wish to park during the day. On Monday, January 10th, I observed at various times during the day numerous available spots on Spruce between Maple at Linden, as well as on Linden, beginning half a block downhill from Nassau. There is less availability right by Nassau Street. The proposed plan will do nothing to change this dynamic. The proposed plan envisions approximately $105,000 of net income in the without license plate reader option and $145,000 with LPR. The revenues on the financial projection are all costs extracted from the community. $144,000 from local businesses, $12,000 from residents, plus the pain of paying and complying. The financial projection hopefully notes that LPR may increase court revenue. This is all speculative. The costs are also a projection, but will certainly not be lower. For these reasons, I suggest that the parking plan be tabled in its entirety, at least delete the Tree Streets and Nassau North employee parking from the plan and leave the parking there alone. Thank you. And then there is the public comment from someone who I believe spoke, Amanda Arshan, earlier. Anyway, it's very short. She says, please do not forget the need for bike lanes on the Hamilton-Wiggins corridor. Princeton needs these bike lanes to allow for safe travel by bike. This corridor connects many of the great neighborhoods of Princeton to the central business district, middle schools and high schools, as well as the Princeton Shopping Center. I ask that you continue to work towards making the Hamilton-Wiggins corridor bike lanes an important item on the town council's agenda. Thank you.
Thanks for reading those. Okay, let me read one. Joe Small. I'd like to know, one, in the past 20 years, how many times has a commercial developer received a waiver from his or her or its obligation to provide adequate parking in accordance with the ordinances, rules, and regulations of the borough or township then in effect? And in total, how many parking spaces were the developers relieved of supplying? Two, I'd like to know what the reaction has been in other communities across the country when parking spaces in residential neighborhoods were sold to commercial landlords and tenants for their employees. Has this ever happened anywhere else? Did the parking task force do any research on this issue? Three, I'd like to know which members of the parking task force or the council live on streets which the task force has proposed to use for employee parking. I'll forward that to the task force to see which of those questions you guys can answer. I'm sorry, David, you said you had an additional email someone wanted read?
Yeah, hold on. This is from Carol Golden. Sorry. I'm a resident of Princeton and I write to support the permit parking plan that has been developed over the course of the last 3 years. It seems like a well-considered, equitable plan that has taken the needs of many constituencies seriously. It seems pretty straightforward to me. In order for our restaurants and stores to thrive, Princeton needs to allow for reasonably affordable parking for the employees of those restaurants and stores. Since living in Princeton is out of reach for many of these employees, essential workers, they travel from surrounding towns. And without a decent public transportation grid, they are driving their cars to get to their jobs. Princeton needs to be a place where they can park these cars without ridiculous parking costs eating into their earnings. Otherwise, people will stop taking these jobs. And these restaurants and stores that I and so many are finally able to frequent after the darkest days of the height of the pandemic will not survive. Carol Golden, 575 Snowden Lane.
Okay, thank you for the help with doing the emails. Thanks for everyone's patience so far. We got through quite a bit. We still have 84 people watching involved in the meeting besides from us, so that's great. So council questions, comments. I know Leticia had tried to say something before, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off,
okay.
Leticia.
That's
But
all right.
why don't you go and then we'll jump to David.
Yes, I just wanted to comment, but first I feel the need to say that I'm not speaking on behalf of the task force. This is just my own personal view, personal comments. And just to also provide some background, when the permit parking task force was first established, Mayor Lampert asked council members who would want to serve on this task force. And I gladly, raised my hand. I think I was the first one, David. Sorry, you're
Sure.
usually first. But I was the first one because I actually, I live in a neighborhood where I actually benefit from the existing parking system. I live in the high school neighborhood. And from what my experience has been, and knowing what my other friends and that live in other neighborhoods, my experience is that it's not equitable. And that's why throughout the years, whenever I comment on permit parking and our work, I use the term equitable, not to offend anyone, but because I do feel that it's not equitable. That in my neighborhood, I get 4 free parking permits. And meanwhile, the spillover to my neighbors in even just one street over from the high school, where there's no parking restrictions, and that's where everybody parks who can't park in the high school neighborhood. And actually point out that my street is actually the only one where employees can park. That's where the employees of the high school are allowed to park. And I'm not pointing that out because please do not think that I'm complaining. In fact, I welcome the employees to park on my street. I will gladly welcome any employees to park on my street because it does not belong to me, first of all. And also something else that I wanted to point out, I know some of my neighbors may not like this, but yes, we do benefit for a system, and yes, according to the current ordinance, employees, no one is allowed to park, not just employees. No one that does not reside in our neighborhood is allowed to park here unless they have a permit or one of our guest permits that we allow them to use. And so, except for, this only applies for September 1st through June 30th during the school calendar year, and only up to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. on any day, and when school's not in session during those 2 months, and also on weekends, anybody can park on our streets, including employees. And all this time that this system has been in place, I can tell you, as far as I can tell, it has not been a burden to our neighborhood during those days and time of year where anybody can park in our neighborhood. And I do understand that there are residents who regularly in this neighborhood who regularly call the police when they see that non-residents are parked on what they consider their street. But I don't think that's something, personally, it's not something to be proud of, because like I said, I welcome it. On any given day, most of the streets in my neighborhood, at least half of them, are completely devoid of cars. And so even though, as much as I would, if we could give a reserved parking spot to every resident to be able to have a designated spot in front of their house, I think that would be great for everyone. Unfortunately, I don't know how that's logistically possible. But I do know there's residents that would like to have that. I just don't know how that's possible. But if we could do it, yeah, let's do it for everybody. And my last point was that when I responded to a question, that yes, I feel that in order to be equitable, we can't put neighborhoods off the table. We can't say that because residents in those neighborhoods don't want anybody parking on their street, that they shouldn't be considered because that's not equitable to the neighborhoods that are now burdened by trying to meet the parking needs of our community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. David, you were next.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct one or two of the most often repeated, I guess, errors in the comments from some of the objectors. First and foremost is, what is the market rate for surface parking, for employee parking? And somebody mentioned $6 a day at the West Windsor parking lot. The reality is that if you have a monthly pass, which is what we're talking about, the cost in the West Windsor, in the Princeton Junction parking lot is $45 a month. So it's $1.50 a day rather than $1 a day that we're talking about here in Princeton. And I would also point out that those parking spaces are much closer to the destination they support. They're all within a quarter mile of the train platform, whereas the parking spaces that we are looking to provide, the on-street parking spaces, can be up to and even a little bit over a half a mile from the destination. So I think that $30 a month is actually probably a pretty accurate reflection of what surface parking costs in the market. The other thing that I wanted to quickly address is that, and one of the members of the public did talk about this, but I want to underscore it. Nelson Nygaard said that there was adequate parking in Princeton, partly on the basis of these on-street spaces. So the argument that we don't need to utilize them to help support our local businesses, either for customer parking or for employee parking, is really in direct conflict with the recommendations of Nelson Nygaard. They were relying on these on-street spaces as part of their solution for the town, and recommending that they be managed better, which is exactly what we're trying to do. And then the third point that I want to make is that there's been a lot of talk about us adding employee spaces to given streets, to neighborhoods. With this proposal, we're talking about 2 neighborhoods. All we're talking about doing is removing employee parking. Because right now, on all of the streets that we're proposing employee permits for, there's free all-day parking. I'm not talking about the streets that are on the south side of Nassau, the Murray, Aiken, Patton folks. And forgive me, I don't want to lump you guys in, but for Witherspoon Jackson and for the conventional tree streets, we are only talking about removing employee parking. And the way that we're doing it is with these permits. So not only are we taking it away, but we're charging for it, when right now we're giving it away for free. So the talk about subsidies is just inaccurate. So those are the 3 points that I wanted to make.
Other council comments or questions? And we'll point out it's 11:27 at night, and at some point the value of our conversation may, not saying that it has yet, but it may at some point start to deteriorate. Anyway, just keep that in mind, and we can decide how we're going to move forward. Eve, sorry, the whole screen just moved on me. I lost you. There you are. Go ahead.
I'm still here, barely. I have a lot of thoughts. I appreciate everyone who's come on and spoken. I hear the passion that you bring to this, and that the concerns that you have. So one issue, and I'm going to pose this question to David because he alluded to a study he read about this, and then I want to address a couple of other issues. So the issue that, certainly rises to the top for me, absolutely, is safety, and especially the safety of our children. Now, I know as a member of the traffic calming, traffic safety committee, that contrary to what one might think, that actually parking cars, that streets that have parking slow cars down and therefore increase safety, despite the image that people might have of kids darting out from in between cars, that our engineers assure us that the best data about this indicate that streets with parking that slow traffic down are safer than wide boulevard streets without parking where people drive quickly. That was not the issue that was raised. The issue that was raised was the safety of children, of pedestrians on streets that are densely parked. And David, I know you said something about a study that you read about that, and I just wanted to ask you to address that a little bit, and then I have a couple of other points to make. I won't not be too long.
Sure. So I just posted the link to this study. It was supposed to be in the considerations matrix, but I'm told that the link that was in the matrix was not operational. So anybody who wants to take a look at this study, look in the chat.
David, the chat is only available to panelists. So
well,
please.
I just said to everyone rather than just to panelists.
I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Anyway, if anybody's out there who wants to see the study, who can't see it in the chat, just email me and I'll send you the link. But basically what the study indicated is that old traffic safety studies that documented increased risk from having curbside parking did not differentiate between streets with high speed traffic and streets with low speed traffic. And the cutoff point is 35 miles an hour. So those earlier studies showed increased risks from having the curbside parking because it lumped all streets together in the same data pool. The study that I posted in this in the chat, and we'll share with anybody who wants it, basically broke things down into streets that have slower speed limits and higher speed limits. And in fact, for streets with lower speed limits, curbside parking reduced both fatalities and serious injuries by more than half. And minor injury crashes stayed about the same, whether the street had parking or not. Property damage only crashes actually did go up a little bit with the on-street parking. So you have to make a choice. What's more important to you, safety or property damage? If you're concerned about fender benders and dings, then you don't want to have the curbside parking on your street. But if you're concerned about actually the lives of people, you get an enormous benefit from the traffic calming that comes with the curbside parking.
Thanks. Yeah, that was also kind of shocking to me, but good to know. So I hear a lot of passion, a lot of agreement with the idea that everybody who's in the tough situation that some of our residents are in, our borough residents in Witherspoon Jackson and the Tree Streets, should just be given overnight, given permits to park on the street as they will. What I see is that just shifts the current problem elsewhere. For example, the high school parking program I know works very well for residents of the high school, but student parking hasn't gone away. It's just shifted to other streets. So what we've done is we've shifted the problem somewhere else. And employee parking, I do agree that residents should have first priority, what they should pay. That can be talked about, those numbers. I mean, in my mind, those numbers can be worked out. But if you put a lot of, without making other changes, if you just give the residents permits who either don't have driveways or only have one driveway, or maybe everybody, some people say everybody should get permits. And if you don't allow other types of parking, and it's not just employees, it's the people who come to our town and park, let's say on John Street or on Lay or on Maple or on Pine, and then they walk to our businesses and they dine at our businesses. Like our businesses are already facing incredible competition from, stores and restaurants out on Route 1, or where they don't have to, nobody has to worry about parking. And the employees of these business, and many of them are really low wage employees, and to ask them to either walk, an excessive amount. I mean, again, like people are saying that, for example, university students who have places to park are not using those because they don't want to walk there. Like the human nature comes into play here. And while I certainly, it's easy to say, let's wave our magic wand, as somebody says, and give everybody permits. All we're doing is shifting the problem elsewhere. And I just, and I really have listened carefully. I've read over, Phyllis is a dear and old friend of mine. And I know and believe our friendship will survive permit parking. I've read over the materials from Sensible Streets, and honestly, I don't see alternative solutions. They've done a good job of raising problems and issues, and I'm not saying this is a perfect solution. But for example, the Sensible Streets citing what Boston has done, or what San Francisco has done, or Seattle has done, or places with vibrant public transportation systems. These are not real solutions. If those who don't like this proposal, and I'm not by any means saying it's perfect, you need to come up with real solutions, and solutions can't be, well, somewhere there's some mythical parking lot that we can have some mythical transportation go to. Like, who funds that? And a lot of the workers who we need to bring back and forth, they're not working 9-to-5 jobs, they're working shifts jobs. So how we barely can maintain a functional, very limited transit system for our residents, to pay for another transit system, or, and I'm sure businesses would contribute to that, as they would be willing to pay for permit parking, but that's not going to nearly cover the cost of a shuttle bus that runs, again, to some mythical place where we can park several hundred cars. And then I just want to say that I do believe that some version of this can be tried out on a temporary basis. It doesn't seem that there is a lot of, it's not, we're not buying a license plate reader technology. It would require hiring someone to process the permits. It could be tried out on some version of it could be tried out on a temporary basis. We evaluate at, 90 days or 180 days, and we see where we are. And there may be reasons why that can't be done. And if so, I'd like to be educated about that. But I think I haven't heard people who don't like this system come up with what I see as really valid solutions. So that's where I am. So thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Let me just Jonathan, let me just see if there's anybody else from the council real quick and then jump back to you. Is there any other council? Mia?
I'll comment
Yeah.
later.
And one of my questions, Jonathan, is to ask for your response to that. So first, I just want to say, since I'm not on the task force, I haven't been privy to all of the details of how we got to where we are tonight. So tonight was actually really fascinating, and I never thought I'd get to the point in my life where 4.5 hours of a parking discussion would actually be riveting, but it has been. And I'm so grateful to all of you who came tonight on all different sides for hanging in there, for taking the time to prepare, for sharing your personal stories and why this is important to you and your values and what you're trying to contribute to the town. Parts of what I heard tonight were really painful because there are some problems here that are longstanding in the town that go back decades that are really quite intractable. And one good thing is that we are all now trying to find solutions to them. And I was listening the other night to a program about creative time and a program that they're doing called One Small Step, in which they're trying to put together people on opposite sides of the political spectrum to have conversations in which they identify, they listen to the other person and they identify what the other side feels their problem is, and then they try to articulate it and vice versa. It's called, I guess, contact theory, or and I think that the feeling is that the tremendous fraying of in our country that is a step towards healing. So on a microcosm, I hope that tonight was one small step in this community towards healing this tremendous divide that has arisen in recent months over parking. And I hope that we can continue to really listen to one another. And I think without that, we really won't be able to find a solution. So, but down from the theoretical into some practical questions, I wanted to hear both sides sort of respond to the other side. And so for Jonathan, I was going to ask actually what Eve asked, basically, as a council person, I'm sitting here and I'm hearing, about the very immediate concrete needs of some of our most underserved members of the community, people who are working minimum wage jobs, and whether or not they actually reside here, they are a part of our community because they're providing an invaluable service. And I think it would be quite heartless to put them through even more difficulty in order to serve our town's needs in the way that they do. And I know, Jonathan, that you've mentioned in the past access to federal subsidies. I'm wondering if you could speak to that, and what is there are some possible long-term solutions that involve public transit. I'm the liaison to the Public Transit Committee, so I'm very interested in working on those solutions. But we do have acute needs right now. We have 2 neighborhoods that are acutely impacted and they need relief. We have employees who need to be able to do their job in order to provide what Princeton needs. So I'm just wondering, in the short term, if you were sitting here as a council member, what would you be thinking in terms of immediate solutions and next steps? And on the other side, I'm wondering, David, if you could respond to Phyllis's plan, because Phyllis has basically proposed that meeting the immediate needs of or dealing with the acutely impacted neighborhoods, Witherspoon Jackson and the Tree Streets, could be addressed through removing the employee parking and reassigning that to the parking lots that we've managed thus far to negotiate access to. And so I'm just wondering if you could answer give some response to what Phyllis thinks would at least be an immediate need. So maybe Jonathan, you can go first.
Yeah, no, I actually have a question for Eve, in the interest of sort of, getting to know the opposing view. So, I was very struck when I learned just how well landlords were doing and just how well rents were holding up. And just, we were having sort of record numbers of, the largest rents, our house furniture coming in. And, only Michelle was on that call. And how do you square this, that the rent should stay what it is, that investor returns and somebody who comes in and develops a restaurant should be able to continue to charge the same rent? For instance, the post office, the owner lives in California, doesn't pay any taxes. And they didn't provide any new parking for that restaurant. So square this for me. Why should we subsidize their employees so that the owner of that building cannot reduce the rent for the business that is struggling to pay its rent? Because it seems to me that, and a lot of residents feel like, wait a second, we're not helping essential workers. Rents are going to stay the same or go up. We're actually subsidizing investors with our home frontage. So square that with me. If rents stay the same, then we're basically subsidizing the owner of that property, many of whom don't even live in Princeton. So I think people don't buy into the to that. But so help me with the math on that. And then
Jonathan,
I do want to respond on something else.
I'm happy to answer your question, and I hope that you'll follow with an answer to Mia's question. First of all, I think that as I understand it, I don't think subsidize is the right term, because I guess it depends on how you define it. I personally believe that everything outside your property line belongs to the citizens of the community, belongs to the municipality to use as benefits the citizens of the community. And that may include doing some things that helps the residents in a roundabout way. For example, allowing workers to park somewhere so that they continue to have, so that CVS continues to exist on Nassau Street. So first of all, I don't think from the data that's been presented tonight that it's an actual subsidy. And number two, again, and as a strong environmentalist, the pavement already exists outside people's homes. I grew up in New York City, so I had a very different upbringing than many people here. The streets are always parked up. You had to walk many, many blocks. Sometimes when I got old enough to drive and I went up to the garage on 135th Street that my parents parked their car and used the car for something, and I might park overnight, I might park on the street somewhere, I often had to walk 10 or 15 blocks to a place to park. I guess I don't understand the objection to having, if there's 10 spots on the street and 3 or 4 of them are allocated to employee parking, I don't understand how that harms residents. I really have tried to grapple with this, and obviously it's some inadequacy on my part that I can't understand that point, because I truly don't. I understand if the streets were overparked or if you couldn't find parking. So again, this is a resource that belongs to the community, if the costs that are involved in having, someone who works at CVS or, any of our restaurants in town, and also I differentiate between landlords and restaurateurs. Some restaurateurs own their own buildings, a number don't. But I think it's in everybody's interest to have a thriving downtown business community. And since we're not subsidizing, we're just allocating or proposing to allocate a resource that already exists. I don't personally see a problem with it in theory. But anyway, so that's my answer, and I hope,
I think you
you'll
need
answer Mia's question.
Yeah, I will. I think you just frankly, you need to do a better job of convincing people that we're actually not lining the pockets of investors, because it feels that way. And actually the math works out that way, that the rents are staying the same. The investment yields of developments are high. And frankly, you heard, I don't know, over 100 people tell you why they don't want it in front of their home. It matters to people, Eve, and so they value it. They'll pay for it. They'll pay to not have it in front of their street. And if it weren't a subsidy, why would businesses want it? Because it's below market.
Okay, so I'd like us to stay on track and finish the council comments.
Could you answer Mia's question, please?
That's where I'm asking Jonathan.
I will answer Mia's question. I think having a back and forth is actually hopefully fruitful. But Mia asked me to sort of respond to you. So the other point about sort of bigger picture and the problems and where do they go? And the transit. I know Mia is very focused on transit. The other thing that has residents scratching their heads is that
Jonathan, I'm sorry. My question is very specifically,
okay.
Right now, if you were, I can't say sitting on the other side of the table because we're all on the screen, but if you are in my position as a council member and we are faced with a situation in which there are really, not only are there no perfect solutions, but there are a bunch of very imperfect options on the table in the immediate term. One option would be to not do anything at all and just leave the situation the way it is. Then we have 2 neighborhoods which are severely impacted. The other thing is to try to provide some relief for those neighborhoods. But in the process, then we are pushing that parking off into other neighborhoods. And in the midst of all of this, there is the very real need of some of our most underserved minimum wage employees who are human beings who are just trying to support their families and who have to travel a long distance to come into Princeton because there is no place to work. And I agree, in the long term, we will have more affordable housing, we may have more public transit, but we don't have those now. So in terms of the very imperfect options that are on the table right now, what would you do? I'm talking about in the next year. Would you do nothing? And it's like when you talk abstractly about, in investor terms about who's enriched and who's not, I'm asking you to talk about the human beings and the right now, in terms of the options that are on the table. What would you do if you were a council member?
I think you heard tonight strong opposition to one component of your plan and strong support for another. You heard strong support for providing residential permits for those like Stephen and William Bland who don't have off-street parking. You can do that, and people will applaud you for that. You heard strong opposition to the employee commercial parking program. And I think that there are questions of who's pulling the strings on that component. And I would advise you to move forward to provide residents in all neighborhoods with the right to park in their neighborhood, particularly in front of their home, particularly in the Witherspoon, Jackson, and Tree Streets. I would, with data that is presented and that was commissioned by the council that shows that there are market rate spots available that businesses could buy. They're just unwilling to pay the price. I think until you have impact studies to support the impact on safety, the impact on the environment, the impact on congestion of subsidizing commuters and subsidizing parking in residential neighborhoods, I think it would be very wise for this council to bifurcate this issue, provide the relief for residents to park in their neighborhoods, and punt on the issue of commercial parking in residential neighborhoods until you have your ducks in a row.
I'm not going to belabor it, but if in order to provide that relief, you have to, you know, it would be great to provide that relief and have some, you know, as someone else said, some mythical, as Eve said, some mythical put those cars, but where are you proposing to put them?
Mia, we're proposing that it's not the municipality that has the responsibility to put them somewhere. It is the businesses who should buy the spots for their employees. It is not the responsibility of us to subsidize mode choice for employees when the investors of the buildings are making excessive rents.
Okay, so the owners of the buildings should buy spots. That's what you're proposing.
No.
The commercial landlords.
No, businesses have access, and the data shows that there are hundreds of market rate spots available in Palmer Square, et cetera. Palmer Square was giving out free parking spots over the holiday. I'm sure the business owners could go and negotiate directly with Palmer Square, with the YMCA. That actually happened. And technologies can enable this as well. There are technologies that cross empty spots, empty driveways with employees who are looking for parking. Churches make money, employees find parking, and the municipality never has to take on the liability of a lease. It's a technology solution that provides the market and uses the unused capacity, but that hasn't been explored. And so there are ways to do it, but I really think that this needs to be put back on the businesses to negotiate this for themselves, to increase wages, and to go back to their landlords and say, we need lower rents, because the landlords are doing quite well.
So Mia, just so we can keep moving this along, I know you had a question for David. Could you repeat what that question was, and we'll let David answer that question, and then
I remember the question.
Oh, okay, good. Did you answer it?
I did not.
Good, 'cause I'm not sure that
I will answer it. So Mia was asking me to respond to Phyllis's solution. And I will say that, you know, based on the pressure from the community, we have identified a whole bunch of non-residential street employee spots since we started this program. We identified the 177 spots at underutilized meters. And you and Michelle identified the spaces at the old Westminster lot. We freed up spaces in the McLean lot by creating resident parking, 24-hour resident parking on their streets. So those residents who are currently using the McLean lot don't need it anymore. So the total is over 400 spots of employee parking that is not located on any residential street. Is that enough? I don't know. But part of my problem with abandoning, 50 years of Princeton history and giving up all employee parking on the streets sets a bad precedent, because we've seen residents of other streets assert their authority to decide what happens in the public right of way in other regards. So, there was the whole creation of our bike master plan was a response to resident resistance to bike lanes on Hamilton between Harrison and Snowden. And they didn't want bike lanes because they didn't want to give up their on-street parking in that location. And the council at that time, caved to the resident pressure, even though this is public right of way, and it's a benefit that would have helped hundreds of Princeton residents. A few, maybe a dozen residents along that stretch of road were able to cow that council and get them to allow them to essentially privatize that stretch of roadway. So it's not just about parking, it's not just about bike lanes. It could be about green infrastructure as we go forward, and we're trying to deal with stormwater in our town, in our public right of ways, which is going to be one of the main resources we have for dealing with that. If we allow residents to dictate to us how we can use our right of way, we're not going to be able to put on our green infrastructure as well. This is, there's a principle involved here that's really important to establish, which is that the roads, the rights of way, are public assets to be managed for the public good and not for the good of neighboring property owners. So maybe, Phyllis's plan could be made to work temporarily until the parking at Westminster goes away, because, Ryder sells the property and it gets developed for something else. But there's a bigger issue than whether it can work, on a temporary basis. And that issue is whether the municipality has the right to decide what the highest and best uses of our public rights of way.
All right. Leighton's had his hand up for a while, so as a member of council, I want to get to him. Leighton, could you?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everybody. First, let me say thank you to the work that the task force has done. Thank you to Phyllis. Thank you to everyone who weighed in tonight. As a new member of council, I find myself confused and somewhat distressed. Rather than me talk about what I have heard tonight, let me talk about what I haven't heard. I have not heard from the consensus of everyone that's talked tonight any value or consideration of what it is to be a teammate or to be part of a bigger unit. It seems here in my observation, and I've been listening very carefully, is that we get siloed here in Princeton, neighborhood by neighborhood. And I think we're at a crossroads now. We're not just parking, but with our whole cannabis discussion and smart growth, that I think that sometimes we really have to look towards not so much what each of us want individually, but how can we bring harmony to everyone getting a small piece of what they want, but maybe not everything that they want. This parking situation is a tough nut to crack. I have quite frankly heard from small business owners, real small business owners, who have spoke eloquently, and what I heard them say resonated with me. I have also heard from people in opposition, listen very carefully. And some of the things, and many of the things some of them said have resonated with me also. But what my sense is that we as council people right now, no matter what decision we were to make, we're going to be we're not going to make everybody happy no matter what we do. And I think therefore, you know, I'm reaching out to everyone on this call, everyone who has weighed in tonight, to ask us if we have the bandwidth to draw upon some sort of neutrality and compromise where all of us can be happy. Because, for example, you know, having been born and raised here in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood, my sense now is that the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood and the Tree Street neighborhood have been folded into bigger entities who now want to speak and advocate for those people in those neighborhoods. Well, let me submit to you that Witherspoon-Jackson, we can advocate for ourselves as a neighborhood, and we often do. And I'm sure the same can be said of the Tree Streets. And if, for example, we have neighborhoods here in Princeton that don't want anything to do with this and want to throw their hands up and don't want to play ball, well, that's okay. Maybe we should just get the Tree Streets and the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood to group with themselves to figure out what they think is important, and let's solve the problem where there is a problem. I think we're giving too much time and listening to too many entities who don't have a problem and don't want to be a part of the solution. And I think that that's a big waste of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, it's midnight. And we could go on talking for quite a while. So I think we really need to spend a minute or two about, shall we postpone further discussion on this to another meeting? Because I mean, we've lost over half the audience that we had. Anyway, so
Mark, Kathy's had her hand up for, I'll put my hand down, but could you let?
I can and I will, and I am trying to get to everybody. Eve. Sorry, I'm doing the best I can.
Okay. I thought you were about to end things right this second.
No, I wasn't about, no, I'm urging all of you to come to a consensus on, let's figure out what we're going to do here as far as continuing this meeting at another time. Because we can ramble on here for quite a bit, but I think rambling on past midnight doesn't serve a lot of value. So Kathy, let me let you go. Michelle, I'm going to get to you right when Kathy's done. Sorry to make you wait.
Thanks, Mark. And I'll make this really quick. You know, I want to speak actually directly to Jonathan's points before. And it kind of goes back to my remarks earlier this evening. You know, we have explored, you know, parking options from before we even opened our doors. And we've looked at churches, and we've been on waiting lists for, you know, parking garages in town. And we have really, we have rented private spaces for our managers. Like I said before, we also 60% of our staff walk or bike in or use public transportation. But the reality is we need a little bit of support, and we can pay so much. We pay competitively. We pay our employees as much as we can sell a crep for. And our employees are our number one priority, believe it or not. And all of the local businesses that have made it through COVID, they've done it because they've had support in their rents. And I think there are two conversations here. There is what are the business owners need. And if you want to have a discussion about what the rents cost and what the landlords are charging, that's a different conversation. And I too was on that conference because I actually organized that forum. So I was there and I know all of those talking points. So I asked for tonight's conversation, and I agree with Mark, it's probably time to call it quits on many fronts. But let's just keep the talking points very clear about what the businesses are asking to assist us, to support our employees so that we can stay open. Right now, you go into any local shop, and I guarantee you, you will find an owner working there on the floor, in addition to all the other stuff they do on the back end, because we cannot hire the people that we need to run our storefronts. So I'm just asking for a small amount of empathy and a small amount of consideration. And I turn to David and I say, I think that's terrific about the West Windsor. And as this task force has done from the very beginning, is to continue to refine our objectives. So maybe it's not 10 parking spaces. Maybe it's a percentage of how many employees you have that need parking spots. There are lots of ways to work this conversation, and none of this has to be black and white. But at the end of the day, this conversation is about the parking needs of the employees to sustain our businesses in town. And the rent issue is a separate conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kathy. Michelle.
Thank you for that, Kathy, and thank you, everyone. I just really appreciate all the work. The task force is just an amazing group, and has been so dedicated and hardworking. So thank you all for participating tonight. I took a straw poll of the comments, and it was pretty split, actually. And really, we are looking at a major problem for those two neighborhoods that we said that we were going to talk to. And the vast majority of them were supportive of moving forward with something, with our proposal. And the proposal from the task force, I think, really addresses a little bit of employee parking, and it addresses definitely helping the neighborhood. And it will also help to reinforce the sale of the Westminster parking lot, and to see this is going to have to be in stages. We have to take things one step at a time. A first step could very well be the two neighborhoods, the permit regime there, and we've got the Westminster lot. We can convert 177 meters and McLean lot. In the meantime, there are things, and this is what we need to decide, and we're not going to decide it tonight, who would do this. We have a master plan in focus. We've got planners. We have a business community. We can move forward with doing some more of the shared lots and transit solutions. But Jonathan, you didn't really answer the question. And the question is, what do you do short term? These things take time. And in the meantime, we need to see how we can move forward. But I think we need to keep moving. And I think that could be a first step solution. And I don't think that, I don't think it's fair to do a community input process and then not listen. And it was really clear that there is real strong resistance in the high school and the western section. And I guess now we name it the Jugtown area, resistance to the employee parking. But let's see how we can go one step at a time. And I think that really doing those two neighborhoods and then looking at these other solutions and see, because we don't want to cannibalize and have, I know Palmer Square does a lot of parking in their parking garages for their employees. That's great, but that's not a solution for our smaller businesses and our businesses that aren't Palmer Square businesses, for instance. And there is not an excess of parking downtown right now. So that's it. I don't know where we want to go from here, but that's my summary.
Okay,
Maybe
Susan I'm sorry, Susan has her hand up. I'm going to let Susan chat, and then I'm going to push aggressively that we end the meeting and just come to some quick consensus on that we will continue this in the near future, and we'll work on a date shortly. But anyway, Susan.
Thanks. So Susan Jefferson Road. I keep thinking about why. Let me see if I can get my thoughts together. My sense is that even after this meeting and the amount of restraint and respect that I heard for the most part, I still have a sense that the task force and those who are in favor of this proposal, regardless of the business or the financial aspect that Jonathan talked about, understand the emotional impact for some of us, maybe not Eve, although I'm from New York City too. And I left New York City to get away from all of that. Not everyone is the same. I moved here so that, well, first it was a university town, but so that I could have peace and quiet and calm in my neighborhood or where I lived. And I feel like I can be a bit of a historian on this because Letizia, I think if you had lived in your house before the parking permit plan went in, you would be speaking a very different story. Your front yard was littered with cigarette butts and garbage and all kinds of stuff. And the people who lived there 2 times ago had to clean up their front yard every single day. And they started counting those things. And I guess my point is, I don't want to get too far off track, but I've also lived in my neighborhood when it has been parked up cheap to jowl. And I've said to David, I can't see to get out of my driveway. Sometimes there wasn't room for my guests. I felt embarrassed when I had some guests on New Year's Day, and I realized at some point they might have to come here and pay to see me. I mean, culturally, that is embarrassing for me. I can get over it, but it's embarrassing for me. So I feel as though some people don't know the history and the experience that led to part of the way we feel or the work that we did, but also that there's little compassion on the forest side for the impact that it has on neighborhoods. I've said this before, and the way people live in their neighborhoods. And, not everyone, Eve, who's lived in New York, feels the way that you do. And I understand that you live on a street where there really isn't a lot of parking except occasionally, when kids are being dropped off for school. And that's actually true of a fair number of people on the task force. They live in neighborhoods maybe that are cramped, but they live on the non-parking side of the street. So I know you've all listened. I don't know whether you've heard. And there's a difference between the two, but I appreciate the attempt tonight. I would love to continue it, but I'm not so sure I think we all need to work on opening up our minds to understand the other better and maybe feel some compassion, regardless of where we live or what our stance is, and then see where we are, where we end up. Thank you. I went on, I'm past 3 minutes, sorry.
It's all right. Thank you, Susan.
It was
Okay.
beautifully said, Susan.
Thank you.
So anyway, this was a work session. It's not like we were going to make a decision tonight one way or the other.
Right.
It was to gather information so everybody could hear everybody else, to help all the council members understand the details and what's the pros, the cons, what's good, what's bad, and get all those different perspectives. So I think we've clearly accomplished that. We had 180 people on this meeting at one point in time. We're down to about 65. So we've lost about 2/3, which isn't surprising, seeing it's after midnight. So again, I would strongly suggest that the council can figure out with Bernie, the administrator, let's find a time in the not too distant future to bring this discussion back to a council meeting. And we can do it in a meeting in a format where we might actually make a decision, or we could continue the work session, either one. But at this point, I think there's not a lot of value in continuing at 12:15 at night.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, I agree with that, Mayor, but I also feel that at some point, the task force needs some guidance from council on how, what's expected of us, of the task force.
Right. Mia.
I think that we should plan to have a follow-up meeting to give people a chance to absorb everything that they've heard today, and then to come back and continue the exchange. In the meantime, what I personally would like to hear, and I think maybe the task force could work on it, it seems like I would really like to hear from, I mean, Kathy started it, but from the perspective of a small business owner in Princeton, what does it mean? Like specifically, it would be useful, I mean, not just for me, for the community to hear what it looks like in terms of the finances and the relationship between, your profit margin and your employees. Because I think that, Jonathan, you have, a certain sense of how it works economically. I'm hearing from the, I'm really interested in not the big commercial entities, but the small business owners as are represented on this call, who I think are really struggling to survive and who have been the character of our town center for a very long time. And we've lost Hewlett's, we've lost Landau's, we've lost the Army Navy store. The character of our town is hemorrhaging by the month. And it is really a priority that we keep the small businesses that we do have. And if, Jonathan, you're right, that basically the business that the landlords are gouging the business owners, then maybe we need to know that as council members, but it seems like there's more here. We've talked more theoretically today, but I would like to hear, and maybe the task force can elicit some of these answers, but it'd be useful to put some numbers and some scenarios of, here's what it means to be a small business owner and to try to survive in Princeton. And how does that work with employee parking and with your relationship with your landlord? I think, we really need to hear that. And so maybe at the next meeting, you could sort of flesh some of that out.
Yeah, let me chime in too that, when people say we don't have the mom and pops anymore, like you were mentioning, it's not just the rents, it's the overhead and it's the expense, and it's not being able to attract the right employees because of the difficulty of parking. Like I said, Palmer Square tenants have a deal with Palmer Square garages, so that's helpful. But also, are you seeing a growth in mom and pop shops, or are you seeing the growth of other types of stores? So it's kind of what do we want to be? What kind of a town are we going to be? And what are we going to attract? How are we going to keep our small businesses? And, three on this call tonight as panelists were the examples of those small mom and pop stores that we, and restaurants that we don't want to lose. We want to support. And, I think something we can look at too is, and we talked about this too, is when we get to the employee permits, how do you manage it so that it's going to the companies and the employers that we need it to go to? So that's what I said before about not cannibalizing what's out there and making sure it goes to the right people. And I'm not sure how you do that. So.
All right, Eve, and then we're gonna end this meeting.
All right.
I just want to say, in terms of in terms of, was kind of the other side of the coin that Michelle and Mia were just asking for, if we were to allow on-street parking for Witherspoon, Jackson, and the Tree Streets, how many for people who had either no driveway or only enough for one car, so 1 or 2 spots per for those houses, what would that add up to? How many, what kind of parking would we be displacing in terms of customers and employees that would be there? And that could also give us some guidance about, is there some way to kind of split the difference and address the needs of people in those neighborhoods, but without maybe getting rid of, all the current parking? that's there. So if the task force could provide some numbers on that and maybe buried in the document that the task force has provided, but just to spell that out would be helpful. And thank you again to everyone who participated tonight.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for hanging in there so long. And, there were a lot of different viewpoints, and for the most part, people stayed respectful and nice to each other. So that's a good thing. So why don't the council members can chit chat with the administrator, and we'll figure out a meeting fairly soon where we can continue the conversation, and we'll figure out how to mold with the conversation, whether it's an extension of the work session or have the task force try to update things based on some of the ideas today. But anyway, I'd like to, again, thank everybody and ask one of the council members to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
All right.
Second.
David made the motion. He's got the second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the meeting has ended.
Thanks,
Thank you all
everyone.
again.
All right, have a good night.
Enjoy
I
the
was going
day.
to say good night, but I should say good morning, everyone.
That's it.
Good morning.